Good morning, Commissioner. The first witness today is Mike Field. If the court reporter could affirm Mr. Field.
Good morning, Mr. Field. I'm just going to have you affirm your evidence today, so please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good morning, Mr. Field.
Good morning.
I'd like to start today with some questions about your professional and your educational background and your employment history with the City of Hamilton. So I understand you've been employed by the city since 2008, is that right?
That's correct.
And you've been employed with the city straight through since 2008?
That's correct.
And prior to working at the city, I understand that you worked in the private sector?
Yes, I spent just shy of 10 years in consulting engineering.
Okay. And from when to when were you?
1998 until I joined the city in 2008.
And 1998, is that when you finished your education?
Correct.
And where was that?
Mohawk College, and I took industrial engineering.
Can you just explain what that is? That's a diploma?
Correct.
And so you started at the City of Hamilton in 2008. And I understand the first role that you had was as an electrical street lighting specialist.
That's correct.
And that was in the traffic engineering division.
Correct.
And from there in 2010, did you move to the role of project manager within street lighting and electrical engineering?
That's correct.
And that was in the engineering services division?
Yes.
And then you became the senior project manager in lighting and electrical?
That's right.
And as I understand it, that role originally when you started would have been in the engineering services division, and thereafter in transportation and operations and maintenance division. Is that right?
It was initially that role I received in 2017 or got in 2017. And then there was another reorg that happened in 2019, the spring of 2019, which moved me from engineering services into the transportation operations and maintenance division.
Okay. And as I understand, you were the manager of the transportation operations within the transportation operations and maintenance division?
Correct. Initially, I was in the acting manager role when I joined after Martin White's retirement. And then I, through the competition, was the successful candidate in the permanent manager role for transportation operations, which is a section within that division. That continues to be my home role today. However, I'm the director of transportation operations and maintenance in a temporary and acting capacity.
And when did you become the acting director?
June of last year.
And in that position, your current position as acting director, do you report to the general manager of public works?
That's correct.
Okay, so my questions today are mostly going to focus on the time that you were the project manager and then the senior project manager. So beginning in and around 2013 and then up to 2019. So going chronologically, can you just describe your role generally as the project manager?
Project manager of street lighting electrical engineering back in 2013. Is that
Yes.
the position? Okay. So my role was, as the title kind of explains, responsible for the design, construction, and implementation of street lighting for the City of Hamilton in a technical capacity. I like to describe it as the provision for lighting. So I looked after everything from, the initial planning of lighting, design and standards for lighting, undertaking detailed design and engineering practices, tendering and construction and implementation of new street lighting systems, however, not operations and maintenance of those systems.
Okay. And in that role, who did you report to?
I reported to Gary Kirchhoff in geomatics and quarter management in the engineering services division.
And I understand, did Mr. Kirchhoff report to Gord McGuire?
That's correct.
And Gord McGuire would have reported to Gary Moore. Is that
correct.
Right?
That's correct.
And the geomatics and corridor management section, can you explain what sort of that division is responsible for, that section?
Back in 2013, it had really three responsibilities. One was, of course, what I had was the street lighting piece. Another one was utility coordination, so coordination of external utilities such as Bell Canada, electric utilities, those sorts of things. And then there was a surveying component of it as well. So all surveying and base plan drafting, engineering document preparation.
And moving forward, when you became the senior project manager, what were your roles and responsibilities in that position, and how did that differ from what you had been doing before?
Yeah, previously to that role, there were two project managers in street lighting. There was my own position, and then there was a dual position, the project manager of street lighting infrastructure management, and that role looked after the operations and maintenance of the street lighting system. So in 2017, the senior project manager of street lighting was created to have purview over both the design and engineering and the operations and maintenance. So it looked after the full breadth of street lighting.
And did you still report to Mr. Kirchhoff in that role, or somebody else?
No, as a senior project manager, I was equal to Gary at that point in time, and then I reported directly to Gordon McGuire.
And Mr. McGuire still reported to Mr. Moore.
That's correct.
So you reported either directly or indirectly to Mr. McGuire as of 2010?
That's sometime around that time frame, 2010, 2011, I believe.
And would that have been the same time frame that you reported indirectly to Mr. Moore as well?
Yes.
Okay, so before we get into some of the specific studies and projects that you were involved in related to the Red Hill, I'd like to talk just more generally about what the lighting is on the Red Hill. And as I understand it, the Red Hill has what's described as non-continuous decision point lighting. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Decision point lighting, can you explain what that is, what that involves?
Decision point lighting is as a non-continuous, so there's not continuous lighting for the full length of the Red Hill main line. Lighting only exists at interchanges or intersections, specifically at exit ramps. And to get very specific, there's about three light poles that are on the exit ramp at each and every exit. And then there's one pole at the gore, which is the separator between the ramp and the main line, facing out towards the main line. So every intersection at the exit ramps has lighting, and there's no lighting anywhere else along the Red Hill.
Okay, so there's lighting when you're coming off the Red Hill, but no lighting when you're coming onto the Red Hill?
That's correct.
And no lighting once you're on the main line?
That's correct.
And am I right that this is the same lighting conditions that exist on the Lincoln Alexander Parkway?
That's correct. It's identical configuration to what's on the link.
And to sort of pinpoint in time, you started at the city in 2008. The Red Hill was opened to construction, or was opened to the public in late 2007. So at the time you started at the city, the Red Hill had already been built and was open?
That's correct.
So now moving forward in time, Registrar, if you could call up overview document 6, pages 7 and 8. So Mr. Field, I'll be calling up a number of documents today. Some are summary version of the documents prepared by Commission Counsel, and some will take you to the documents themselves. And we can call out, we can minimize and bring up portions of the document. So if you need us to do that, just let us know.
Very good.
So on January 16th, 2013, you'll see in paragraph 11, the Public Works Committee passed a motion that had been brought by Councillor Collins that directed staff to investigate upgrading lighting on the Red Hill Parkway in the vicinity of the Mudstone Church Road interchanges, and to investigate better reflective signage and lane markings or other initiatives to assist motorists in the same area, and to present a full costing of all options and alternatives to committee for consideration. And then if you look in paragraph 10, Registrar, if you could call out that paragraph. Councillor Collins sent an email to Councillors Clark and Jackson a few months prior in November 2012. And this is what led to the motion that was eventually passed in January 2013. And Councillor Collins wrote, "Hi guys, I've received a number of complaints, both past and present, regarding the dark area of the Red Hill Parkway where the road crosses the edge of the escarpment." So as of late 2012, early 2013, were you aware of complaints, either past or present, related to lighting or dark conditions on the RHVP?
The street lighting group receives many complaints and inquiries from the public. Mass majority of those are from local residents on residential streets. And on very rare occasions, we did receive some inquiries about the lighting or the lack of lighting on both the Red Hill and the Link. But nothing specifically of note comes to mind for me in around this time frame. But just generally, that's kind of how we were receiving input at that point in time. So very occasionally or very rarely, but yes.
And I think you said inquiries. Did you also receive complaints?
Complaints and inquiries, both essentially.
And how did those complaints and inquiries come into your office? Were those through phone calls, emails, passed on through counselors?
A variety of different ways. So direct so it's possible, I'm just speaking in general terms. They can come directly from counselors. They can come from the city's customer contact center, which is the phone line that residents are directed to. We also had a phone line, or still have a phone line specifically for street lighting that residents can phone into. And then of course there's the different conduits of emails, generally not direct to us, but either through the counselor's office or through the customer contact center or the general inbox for the city.
Thank you, Registrar. We can end that call out. And if we could call up Ham 41413. Okay, so following the January 16th Public Works Committee, the motion, Councillor Collins' motion was sent to Mr. White, Martin White, to Ron Gallo and Mr. McGuire, and a number of other staff are also copied. And Mr. White's email down at the bottom, you'll see, says, "Gord, please report on the lighting upgrades."
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Registrar. And then shortly thereafter, you'll see in the middle email on the left-hand side, Mr. McGuire flipped it to you. So you received that motion from Mr. McGuire on the 16th of January. Do you recall receiving this motion?
Not specifically, but seeing it in front of me, obviously, I know that it occurred.
Was Mr. McGuire's email the first time you became aware of a lighting investigation that council had directed on the Red Hill?
I believe so, yes.
So the first item in the motion that you received directed staff to investigate the lighting upgrades. And And then item 2 was a direction for staff to investigate reflective signage, lane markings, and other initiatives. The measures listed in both items 1 and 2 appear to be things that would assist drivers in navigating dark conditions on the roadway. Do you agree?
I viewed it as, or I view it as more of a safety-related question, but definitely within the realm of, or within the category of driver guidance and navigation.
Okay. Can you explain that? Why did you view it more as a safety-related question?
Just going back to the way that the motion was written, that the kind of the idea or the concepts there was about roadway safety and general navigation of motorists and that sort of thing on roadways is to me more of a safety type of question than necessarily a street lighting, solely a street lighting question. So those two things in combination more to me relate to a roadway safety question than anything else.
And Councillor Collins' email, the email that you received from Mr. McGuire attached that email from Councillor Collins that we had just been looking at. So Registrar, if we could call up as a side-by-side HAM 41414. And if you could go to, I think, image 2 of that email. So this is Councillor Collins' email, and he says that he's cut and pasted some of the complaints below that reflect the types of complaints that he had received. And to summarize, the complaints are about people having safety concerns regarding the lack of lighting and the inability to see the lane markings and where the lanes were on the roadway. And so as I read those concerns that gave rise to the motion, they were about safety, but specifically about safety as it relates to darkness and not being able to see on the roadway. Is that fair?
That's fair, about driver comfort and visibility, for sure.
And Councillor Collins' motion and the motion that was approved by the Public Works Committee was about what could be done to improve driver comfort and visibility within those dark areas of the Red Hill that he'd received complaints about?
Correct.
Okay. Registrar, if we could call out, we can end the call out of HAM 41414. And if we could call out Mr. Field's email at the top. So the next day on January 17th, you responded to Ron Gallo and you copied Mr. McGuire and Mr. Kirchhoff. And you wrote, Ron, after discussing this with Gord and Gary, it is our opinion that the safety issue should be reviewed holistically. Therefore, the consultant scope should encompass street lighting review and what countermeasure benefits would be attributed to adding lighting. As you can imagine, adding lighting would be supremely expensive, and before we consider it, we need to determine what is the best solution. As you and I discussed, if traffic is going to proceed with contracting a consultant, then please include me in the conversation to assist in defining the project scope. The Gary you're referring to here, I take it based on who is copied, is Mr. Kirchhoff, is that right?
That's correct.
And why had you spoken with Mr. Kirchhoff and Mr. McGuire?
Gary Kirchhoff was my direct supervisor and Gord was my manager. Mr. Kirchhoff has a traffic background as well. And previous to that, at that point in time, looked after, I believe, community traffic for the city. And
you referenced a discussion that you had with Mr. McGuire and Mr. Kirchhoff. What did the three of you discuss?
I do not recall specifically what we discussed in that moment, but it would have been revolving around our how we would undertake or respond to the motion. and what that plan would look like. Whether in this case, inadvertently it was from Martin White that those two things would be separated. So the review of lighting and the review of signage and pavement markings were separate. So this discussion that we had was the basis of this email here, that it was our opinion that those two things should be grouped together within one consultant assignment to be looked at comprehensively or together.
And the safety issue, what did you mean by that? What was the safety issue that you were referring to?
Again, driver navigation and driver comfort is what I would view as a safety discussion. So that's what that's making reference to. Overall, it's still, the theme of the motion is still within the realms of traffic safety.
And reviewed holistically, I think that's what you told us. It was about the traffic piece and the lighting piece and looking at them together.
Correct.
What other factors did you think could or would be included in the consultant review? That's the scope of the consultant review.
In terms of the traffic engineering side or the traffic safety side, my focus was strictly on the lighting. However, within the traffic safety realm, lighting is considered a countermeasure, the same as signage and pavement markings are. So the holistic approach speaks to equal consideration of lighting within the same ideals as of pavement markings and signage, all to do with roadway safety, navigation, and driver comfort.
And when you talk about in the last sentence of the first paragraph, we need to determine what is the best solution. Lighting might be a solution, but there would be a number of solutions considered. Is that a fair summary of what you're saying there?
Yep, that's correct.
And you understood that lighting might be a consideration, that, or based on the scope of the motion, that lighting would be something that would be included?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, okay. And so this is about 5 years, just a little over 5 years after the Red Hill opened. Was this the first review of Red Hill lighting since it had opened to the public?
I believe so. Within my time frame at the city from 2008 until this point, there had not been any lighting studies conducted on the Red Hill. I don't have any insight into what was conducted previous to my time at the city.
But since you started in 2008, this was the first?
Yes.
And you told us before that your office received some, but rare, inquiries and complaints about Red Hill lighting. Did you have any concerns that an investigation into lighting might reveal any concerns about the lighting on the Red Hill?
Concerns? No, I didn't have any predetermined concerns or opinion on what it would or wouldn't reveal.
And Registrar, if we can call or close out this call out and call up overview document 6, pages 9 and 10. And if we could call out paragraph 15 and 16. So on January 23rd, this is about a week later, on January 23rd, 2013, you attended a meeting about implementing the Public Works motion, and the other attendees listed, and you'll see in the first call out, Martin White, Mr. Gallo, Mike Cosentino, Stephen Cooper, and Stuart Lloyd. And as it describes in this paragraph, Mr. Cooper was assigned to be the project manager, and as part of that, he would develop the RFP for the project, assign an engineering, a consultant from the city's roster, and obtain a purchase order. So you're listed as one of the attendees. Do you recall attending this meeting?
I don't have a specific recollection of attending this meeting, but seeing the meeting minutes and preparing for today, I do not disagree that I was not at this meeting.
And in the the excerpts of the minutes that are in this paragraph, there's a number of considerations that are listed there for the RFP. And it says that Mr. Cooper, as it says, Mr. Cooper was the project manager. Your role in the project was to oversee the lighting aspects of the review?
I wouldn't define it as oversee. I viewed myself as a stakeholder in providing information and representing street lighting, since they were in two different divisions. Via traffic and engineering services were two different divisions. So provide information and aid in the undertaking of the assignment.
Okay, so that's your understanding of your role. You were there to provide information to the traffic staff because they didn't have the background in lighting. Is that fair?
They don't have a background in lighting. I agree. From an engineering and construction and operations and maintenance perspective, that's true. They do have an understanding of lighting as it pertains to roadway and traffic safety. That's part of their coursework that they take when they attend college.
And as I understand it, of the people that were at this meeting, you were the only staff in the lighting group. Is that right?
That's correct. There were only two of us in the lighting group at that time. Well, two full-time staff and two students. I was the person looking after the engineering design, and then my counterpart, his name was Mr. Peter Locks, or is his name? That's still his name. Sorry. He looked after operations and maintenance. So since this is more related to the provision of adding lighting, that is more within the guise of engineering and construction. That is more so than operations and maintenance.
And in terms of who was involved in the project, and your role as compared to the traffic staff, given that you had a background in lighting, did you see yourself as sort of the driver of discussions around providing information or sort of the responsibility for that piece?
Yes and no. My responsibility or my role on the team was to provide information as far as what the engineering standards were for the city, how we design and construct street lighting. But in terms of selecting lighting as a possible collision countermeasure amongst all of the other countermeasures for consideration that would be looked at part of the study, that was not my role. That was the traffic engineering folks. That was their responsibility.
So did traffic, to your understanding, did traffic have the full authority to make the ultimate staff recommendations, and you were not a decision maker? Is that how you characterize your role?
In terms of if the outcome of the study recommended lighting, for sure that is completely within their realm of authority. And then my role at that point in time would be to implement that recommendation.
Thank you. Okay, and in the second last note there, it says Mike Field to provide street lighting review strategy to Steve. What did that mean?
I wasn't the author of these minutes, and I don't recall the meeting specifically, but I would take this as providing from the engineering perspective of how lighting standards are applied, how construction practices, built environment things are applied, and that would be as far as providing that information into the project team to give them some insight into the design and implementation of lighting. That's the way that I view that that item there.
And I've skipped a little bit lower down in that call out, but where it says the fourth item down says, is lighting suitable?
Right, correct.
What does that mean? Was that, is the existing lighting, so the non-continuous decision point lighting on the Red Hill, was that suitable?
Agreed. That's what I view it as. Is the question is the existing lighting configuration suitable? In the same frame as the one above it, is signage suitable? Because there is existing signage on the Red Hill as well.
And of these other items listed under the RFP considerations, based on your role, did any of these apply to you?
No, they did not.
And in paragraph 16, it says, the minutes also record that the final report was to contain recommended improvements / alternatives to lighting, signing, and marking with associated costs. And does that refer where it says the final report? Is that the final consultant report?
I believe so.
And presumably also the final staff report?
I believe this is in reference to the consultant report. This was a discussion about the terms of reference for the RFP.
And that was your understanding, that the consultant's report would provide the recommended improvements and alternatives to what's listed there, and that included lighting?
Correct.
And Registrar, if we could close this out and call up the minutes. There's one piece that's not excerpted in the overview document. So that's HAM 427. So under item 1.3, which is described as the study area, it says mainline limits of Dartnell ramp to Green Hill ramp in both directions, as well as Stone Church ramp.
Correct.
So the study area included the ramps in the main line?
Based on this, that's correct. And I think that's in alignment with the motion that was written and direction received from council.
Right. The motion directed staff to review the ramps and the main line.
It wasn't as specific as ramps and mainline, but I believe it was talking about this general area of this interchange.
But as I read that note, that's how staff that were at this meeting, including you, interpreted that motion. Is that fair?
I'm not too sure if this would be my interpretation of it specifically. I don't recall the meeting, but that is how it's captured within these minutes here by the minute taker.
And I take it based on, okay. And then Registrar, if we could end this call out. And call up overview document 6, paragraph 10, page 10, paragraph 17. So this is the day after that meeting. This is January 24th. And Ms. Cameron advised you, Mr. McGuire, and Mr. Moore that John Mader and his group would be taking the lead on the motion, and they would report back to the Public Works Committee. So Mr. Mader's group was the traffic group, and that was the group you met with the day before?
Part of that group, correct.
And Mr. Cooper, Mr. White, Mr. Gallo, they were all in the traffic group?
That's correct.
and I probably should have asked you this before, but do you know how or why the motion was assigned to Mr. Mader's group rather than to your group in lighting or jointly between your groups? Can you just explain sort of how that decision happened, if you know?
OBL items typically don't go to an individual. They're reviewed at the director level anyway. This is just speaking in general terms, by the general manager and directors, and they choose who that OBL is assigned to within the public works department.
And they can go to multiple groups shared amongst, like one consultant report could be shared amongst multiple groups? Is that right?
Direction from council can be assigned to multiple groups if that is kind of the theme of the direction, but it doesn't happen very often. It's usually directed to the group which is best suited to respond to the contents or the direction that's been received from council.
And do I understand right that because Mr. Mader's group, the traffic group, was responsible, the resulting staff report that would come as a result of the motion and the study, the output of that would be submitted by the traffic staff? Is that right?
Generally, that's the way that it would work. However, if during the undertaking of the work, it was identified that there are involvement between other divisions, then at times reports back to committee and council can be defined as joint reports, where you would have dual signature on at the director level anyway of submission to council from both directors to acknowledge that it is a joint report.
Okay, so at the time of this motion, Register, we can end that call out. At the time the motion was passed, so in early 2013, what was your knowledge about, we talked before about what the lighting configuration on the Red Hill was. What was your knowledge of why the Red Hill lighting was designed in the way that it was?
In the time frame of in around this meeting you're referring to, or this discussion?
At the time that the motion was passed and SEMA's study was getting underway, what was your knowledge?
Yeah, I didn't have any perspective into how the configuration and design was selected for either the Link or the Red Hill. That happened prior to my time at the city, and I didn't have any documents or references that explained why one configuration was selected over another at this time.
And did you have any understanding about an EA related to the Red Hill at this time?
No. My experience with EAs back at this time was very limited. And in my role, I was very rare that I would have any interaction or reference to an EA.
So you were aware that there was the interchange lighting only, but you didn't know the reasons why.
Correct.
And so at the time of this study, what did you do to familiarize yourself as this study, SEMA study, was getting initiated and starting to get underway? What steps did you take to familiarize yourself with the history, the standards related to the Red Hill illumination?
I think for the most part, from what I recall, is more about collecting the information related to the state of the matter at that time. So, the built infrastructure details of how many poles there were, what the wattage of the lights are, and that sort of thing was my focus for preparing for this, and then also of course collecting the industry standards that apply to the lighting of roadways and highways.
So you weren't at this time collecting any of the background information related to the design of the Red Hill?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall if around this time you spoke with Mr. Moore about the Red Hill illumination?
During the course of this project, I did talk to Mr. Moore, Mr. McGuire, and Mr. Kirchhoff. Since we were not the lead on this project, and I was the attending these meetings, not kind of, but I was attending these meetings from the street lighting perspective. I would have one of these meetings or these conversations, and I would go and check in with my leadership team more often, Gary Kirchhoff and Gordon McGuire, than Gary Moore.
So you said during the course of the project. At this time, around the time that the motion, you'd had this January 23rd meeting, did you speak with Mr. Moore, Mr. McGuire, Mr. Kirchhoff?
Don't remember specifically. I would have talked to Mr. Kirchhoff and Mr. McGuire for sure, and I think that one email where we were responding to, or where I was responding to Ron Gallo about the holistic undertaking of this is, representative of a type of conversation that would have occurred behind the scenes within engineering services between the three of us.
And do you recall what, we'll go person by person, do you recall what Mr. Moore told you about the Red Hill illumination?
At this point in time or later in the project?
We can start with this point in time.
Yeah, I don't believe that I had any conversations with Mr. Moore at this point in time in the project. If you reference the one email to Ron Gallo, he's not on the email string, so he's not within the conversation at that point in time. He was my director, so he was 2 levels above me, and it wasn't often that I would, as a project manager, go and have conversations with the director at the director level.
It was more common to go to either Mr. McGuire or Mr. Kirchhoff? That's
correct.
And sort of early stages of the project, do you recall either of them giving you any of the information about the design of the Red Hill illumination or the background of this?
No, I don't recall, but they wouldn't have access to that information either. So I don't believe that was provided or included.
Who would have had access to that information?
I would suspect who it would be people who were involved in the construction, design and construction of the Red Hill, the Red Hill Project Office folks. So Gary Moore was one of those folks. Marco Odie was another one who was working in engineering services. So those types of people possibly would have had that type of information.
Okay. And we talked about what information Mr. Moore provided you at this early stage. Throughout the life of the project, do you recall what Mr. Moore, any conversations you had with Mr. Moore in which he conveyed information to you about the Red Hill illumination?
I don't recall specific conversations, but I do recall, at some point during the process that Mr. Moore identified that there was an EA undertaken to construct as part of the design and construction of the Red Hill, and that EA had identified some design constraints related to lighting and the environment. And that was happening, I would say, more towards the latter parts of SEMA's work that they were doing. So not at this early stage here, but later on in the project.
And do you remember what, and we can come back to it, but just to sort of orient ourselves, do you recall what Mr. Moore told you about the EA? Any specific information or details that he provided to you?
It was a while ago in 2013, so the specifics of those details are a little bit foggy in my head, but he most definitely mentioned that through the EA or through the design process that there were some constraints or some design considerations related to the lighting and impacts on the environment, and that lighting was kind of confined to the interchanges and not to the main line in a way to deal with those design constraints.
What were the design constraints?
Environmental impacts of lighting in the area of the Red Hill Valley.
Did Mr. Moore tell you that the Red Hill illumination was prohibited or restricted by the EA?
I'm not too sure if he used the language of prohibited, but restricted would be a term that seems to recall to me that we talked about, or he identified at this point in time, that the EA had design constraints related to lighting through the valley, and that there were some pseudo restrictions to try and deal with those environmental impacts from lighting.
So you understood, your understanding from Mr. Moore, the information that Mr. Moore conveyed to you was that there were restrictions on Red Hill illumination related to the environment.
That's correct.
And did Mr. Moore tell you that lighting, or did you understand from your conversations with Mr. Moore that lighting could not be implemented on the main line?
At this point in time, I don't think that was my understanding. I think that there were, it was more identified as far as the restrictions or those design constraints for the original construction of the Red Hill, and some indication as to why the main line wasn't lit. With the EA process, of course. Oh, sorry, my lights just turned off in my office. The EA can always be revisited if it does have something specific within it, like design constraints or otherwise, that could be re-examined and changed based on some formal process to re-examine. So that was kind of my understanding of it. And
revisiting the EA, did you get the impression that Mr. Moore was open to considering reopening the EA or revisiting the EA if needed?
At this point in time, back in 2013, I don't think I had any perspective into the process of EAs at all. And I don't believe that we had any conversations about how the EA worked and how those design considerations could be reconsidered or otherwise.
And around this time, throughout the study, in conversations with Mr. Moore, were you provided with any documentation related to the EA?
I don't recall that I was given any documentation related to the EA during the 2013 review. And just of note, these conversations were not just between Gary Moore and myself. These were also including Gordon McGuire and Gary Kirchhoff.
Okay. So well. Mr. McGuire and Mr. Kirchhoff were also part of these ongoing conversations about the EA? And
probably, yes, probably more often Gordon McGuire than Gary Kirchhoff, from what I recall.
Okay, so Registrar, if we could call up HAM 426. So this is SEMA's proposal. It's dated March 12th, 2013. And you'll see at the top there, it's addressed to Mr. Cooper and Mr. Gallo. Do you know why it was sent to them?
They were the lead on this project, so they would have sought out the consultant, interactions with the consultant, and having that connection with them. I think Steve was the project manager, so it'd be more than reasonable that he'd be the one asking SEMA to provide a proposal based on the terms of reference.
And under the heading understanding of assignment, the second paragraph and the bullet points below says that the purposes of the review, or sorry, the key aspects that will be examined include, but are not limited to, and then it lists lighting, signs and markings, and geometry. And that it was understood that the city required detailed cost benefit assessments of each recommendation for improvements that would result from the review. And so this was this your understanding of what SEMA would be examining in their review?
My focus on this assignment was strictly on lighting, so the other two bullets were more associated with the traffic area. But this is in general alignment with the language within the motion of what the motion asked for.
And Registrar, if we could call up images 2 and 3 of this document. Under task 2, that's described as data collection. And in the bullets, it lists some of the expected data items that the city was to provide. Were looking at image 3 there, it says initial design guidelines / standards and assumptions, and below that, lighting, illumination standards. The initial design guidelines, standards, and assumptions, did that include the initial design guideline standards assumptions for the Red Hill, the Red Hill illumination, sorry?
I'm not too sure. I wasn't involved and I didn't receive this proposal, so I'm not too sure what specifically that bullet is referring to.
But the lighting illumination standards, was that was something you were responsible for?
Correct. Those are the engineering standards for lighting. Yeah, that's how I understand that.
And Registrar, if we could move to image 4. Sorry, it must be image 5, I think. Here we go. Task 8. If we could call that out. Says task 8 is identification of safety issues. And it says SEMA will combine the results of the collision, field, and design reviews into a determination of potential safety issues within the study area. And these safety issues will form the basis of the development and evaluation of solutions and will be carried forward as such. So appreciating that you said you didn't receive this proposal, were you aware that SEMA would be doing a field and design review?
No, I don't think I was knowledgeable or understanding that they would do both of those things. But it's not unusual in this type of assignment for a consultant to undertake definitely design review and field review as needed, depending on the situation.
So you weren't aware of how in-depth SEMA's reviews would be?
No, I was not.
And did you come over the course of the project to appreciate the depth of their reviews and the extent to which they reviewed the design?
I don't believe so. I don't think that it was an in-depth design review just based on preparing for this and reviewing the documents. I don't see from a lighting perspective anyway that there was a deep dive into the design review of the lighting. For the other components of it, I'm not too really sure. I wasn't really paying too much attention on the design review of anything other than lighting.
Okay, and I didn't take you to it in this proposal, but task 1 was described as a startup meeting, and that meeting took place eventually on April 26th, 2013. And Registrar, if we could call up overview document 6, images 22 and 23. So you'll see here that in paragraphs 47 and 48, there's summary of the minutes of that meeting. And then in paragraph 49, a transcription of some notebook entries that you have dated April 26, 2013, which I understand is from that meeting. Is that right?
It appears so, yes.
And do you recall attending this meeting?
I vaguely recall attending meetings at SEMA's office, but I don't have a specific recollection of those meetings. I think there were 2 or 3 of them, so I recall going to their office and meeting, but not those meetings individually.
I think you're right. There were 3, so this is the first of 3, and this is the project kickoff. So before you attended this meeting, had you spoken with any of your superiors, Mr. Moore, Mr. McGuire, Mr. Kirchhoff, about the meeting?
I don't recall specifically. I do not believe that Gary Kirchhoff attended this particular meeting, but he attended a few of the other meetings. But it would be reasonable for me to think that or that Gary Kirchhoff and Gord had an awareness that I was going. Whether or not we had a specific conversation about me going and what the discussion was going to have, I'm not sure. I don't think that would occur. I think that they would just have an awareness of me attending the meeting. I would. I'm not too sure if we have the calendar invite, but Gary Kirchhoff not being at this meeting maybe leads me to believe that he was unavailable on vacation or otherwise.
And I think you said you didn't think that it would have occurred that you would have spoken with Mr. McGuire, Mr. Moore, or Mr. Kirchhoff before. Why? Why do you think that?
I think it would be more of, so I'm a project manager here, and Gary Kirchhoff is my direct supervisor. Gord McGuire is my manager. They had knowledge that I was part of the project team as a stakeholder, and I believe it would be more of a check-in. I'm not going to attend a consulting meeting, and I believe this was at SEMA's offices, without letting my direct supervisor or manager be aware that I was attending the meeting.
Okay. So, so you do think you let them know before that you were going to this meeting?
I don't recall specifically, but it would be reasonable for me to say that I would probably let them know that I was attending the meeting. Particularly, it was an off-site meeting at a consultant's office.
Okay. And in paragraph 48, there are a number of safety concerns listed under a heading called City of Hamilton Needs, Expectations, and Criteria for Success. And the third bullet there says lack of lighting at most locations.
Correct.
That's the decision point lighting that we were discussing?
Yeah, I believe so. That's just recognition of the existing state, the existing configuration of the lighting.
And the driver's inability to detect lanes under poor visibility conditions. Is poor visibility a reference to lighting or something else?
Poor visibility would just be the ability of drivers to navigate the lanes. So it doesn't necessarily have to do with lighting specifically. It could be pavement markings or signage or otherwise. So it'll be a combination of many things, not just specifically lighting. Of course, lighting has a lot to do with visibility at night, but it's not the only factor.
And Register, if we could call up CIM 9115.1. So this is the meeting. There's a entry in the meeting that isn't cited in the overview document that I wanted to ask you about. So we could go to image 2. So item number 4 is data requests. And it says that at the top there, it says that the data requests are to go through Steve Cooper. Underneath, below that, item number 7 says, Mike reported that the city does not have its own lighting standards and instead uses TAC and IEC.
Correct.
Mike, you?
There's a typo on the last one there. It's the IES, the Illuminating Engineering Society.
Okay.
But that is a true statement. The city did not have its own lighting standards, and utilized Transportation Association of Canada, and in combination with the Illuminating Engineering Society of North America's recommended practice 8 for roadway lighting.
And was that when it says that the city didn't have its own lighting standards, is that for street lighting and roadway lighting? The city used TAC and IES?
Yes, this is specific to street lighting.
Okay. And what was the significance of this? Why were you telling SEMA about this?
This is part of the information that they require to look at what the city standards may be for anything that they're looking at. So this was kind of an identification, to deliver. Does the city have lighting standards? Can you provide them to us? No, we do not have them. And in place of those standards, we use TAC and IES, which is typical of most municipalities. Most municipalities don't generally have their own lighting standards. They reference these two industry standards.
Okay, Registrar, we can end this call out, or this, we can close out this document. And we looked at before an overview document 6 on page 23. There was a transcription from your notebook. Do you recall if these notes were made at the meeting?
I believe they were. Yeah, I was a fairly diligent note taker, and that was from my notebook that I would bring with me to meetings.
And it was your practice to take notes during the meeting, as the conversation was happening and things were being communicated by SEMA, or action items for you, that sort of stuff?
Correct. Yep. I would be focusing on information that is specific to me and what I needed to do.
Right. Okay. So if they were talking about sort of things that were more in the traffic side, you might not take notes of that. But when they got to it came to the illumination and the lighting, that was when you'd sort of start taking your notes. Is that fair?
Correct. Yep. Correct.
Okay. Okay. So talked before, you said you remembered 2 or 3 meetings. We just looked at meeting number 1. I'll take you now to meeting number 2, which was called progress meeting number 1. Registrar, if we could call up overview document 6, pages 27 and 28, and paragraph 57. So progress meeting number 1 took place on June 6th, 2013. Do you recall attending this meeting?
I recall attending meetings at SEMA's office. However, I don't recall specifically each meeting individually.
It's about a 5 or 6 week time period between the April 26th kickoff meeting that we just looked at and this June 6th meeting. Do you recall what, if anything, you had been doing on the project between April 26th and June 6th?
I don't recall if I was doing anything at all on this project within that 5-week period.
Do you recall any discussion with SEMA staff between April 26th and June 6th?
It would be unusual. I do not recall having specific conversations with SEMA staff, and in my capacity, not as the project lead, but as a stakeholder, it would be unusual for me to speak directly to SEMA.
Okay. And what about internally at the city? Had you had any conversations with the project staff, checking in on how it was going, what the status was, anything like that?
I don't recall any conversations that occurred with external or internal parties.
And sort of more generally, not in the context of these meetings, how would you describe the nature and level of communication between yourself on this project and the other traffic folks who were working on it? So sort of how often were you in communication about the project with them?
I don't recall how often that frequency would have been, but as a stakeholder and not the project lead, my expectation would be that they would be reaching out to me whenever they needed information for my piece of the project, and that would generally be from Steve Cooper as the project manager. But I don't recall having any level of frequency of conversations. So I'm not saying that they didn't occur. I'm just saying that I don't recall.
Right, and I think we looked at in one of the meetings that we looked at before, it said that the minute said that all data requests were to go through Steve Cooper. Is that sort of your understanding?
Correct, and that's good practice. Since he's a project manager, that he should have the purview of all information that's coming through to the consultants, and he's the main connector with the consultant. So it would be inappropriate for me, say, to send documentation or otherwise to the consultant without having his awareness or, in fact, going through him.
Okay, so you'll see in paragraph 57 at the top of page 28 there, it says, the minutes reported that Mr. Maslia, who's a SEMA staff member, introduced a PowerPoint presentation and that the floor was open for comments at any time.
Sorry, I'm lost on the screen. I'm not finding that reference. Oh, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Registrar. So I'm going to take you now to that PowerPoint and see if that assists in refreshing your memory about this meeting. So Registrar, if we could call up CIM 103. So this is it doesn't have the date there, but we understand this is the PowerPoint presentation that was given at the June 6th meeting. Does this look familiar to you?
It looks familiar to me since reviewing it as part of this inquiry, but I don't have independent recollection of this being shown at that meeting. Those three meetings are a bit of a mush in my mind. I remember going to SEMA's offices and attending those meetings, but I don't recall specifically one meeting from the next.
Registrar, if we could call up image 12. Thank you. So this is the illumination section of the PowerPoint. And here on this slide, it refers to 3 types of illumination being considered by the warrant. The first there is continuous illumination, the second is partial, and the third is full. Could you just describe what, starting sort of from continuous downwards, what those types of illumination are?
Yeah, continuous illumination. I'll use Red Hill as an example. So continuous illumination would be that there would be lighting on the main line and all ramps. So you would not have a section or a segment of roadway without lighting. Partial illumination at interchanges is what the current configuration is that the interchanges are lit, but only partial of the interchange is lit. So in our case, only the exit ramp is lit, the on-ramp is not lit. And then full illumination at the interchange would be essentially how it's describing. So all of both the exit and entrance ramps of the interchange would be fully lit. So all of the roadways within the interchange would be illuminated.
Okay. And there where it refers to the warrant, is that, it says above the ministry policy. So would that warrant being referred to there be the MTO warrant?
I believe this is reference to the MTO warrant. Yes.
And as I understand it, there is, in addition to the MTO warrant, there's also the TAC warrant.
Correct. There's two warrants that are being referenced as part of this project. One is the TAC warrant, and the other is the MTO warrant, which is, I believe, this is making reference to.
Okay. I think at this point, this is just, and I think it's what you said, this is just the MTO warrant. We'll come to the TAC warrant a bit later on. Okay. So, Registrar, if we could go to image 17. So here, this is SEMA's illumination warrant analysis, and it says based on the MTO warrant, the areas in red, they're highlighted, are where full illumination was suggested, and in blue is where partial illumination is suggested.
Okay.
So do you recall this slide or discussion about SEMA's suggestions related to the partial and full illumination?
I don't recall this slide specifically, but I do recall a conversation related to the undertaking of the warrants and the results of the warrants, but just vaguely.
Okay. Can you tell us what you do recall about that conversation?
Yeah, I have trouble differentiating from what I recall from those meetings compared to what I've seen from reviewing all of the documents for the inquiry. But I do specifically recall that there, or knowing that that SEMA was going to undertake both a TAC warrant and then an MTO warrant, and then obviously present the results of those warrants as part of their project. So that's kind of specifically what I recall from back in 2013. But like I mentioned, I don't have a great recollection of this slide or the specific results from the warrants at that time.
Sure. Okay. And I think you've mentioned that SEMA was going to complete the TAC warrant. Registrar, if we could call up CIM 84750.1 on image 1, and at the same time also call up one of the overview documents. You need me to? Perfect. And then the second document to call up overview document 6, page 29, page 30, paragraph 62. And if we could, should be page 29. So this is their paragraph 62 is that notebook transcription that we just looked at. And there's a reference there under street lighting. It says, how is it determined if required? And it says TAC warranting interchange in main line. See that?
Yep.
Okay. And then Registrar, if we could also next go to image 30 of overview document 6. And if we could call out those last 2 bullet points. So at this time, as I understand it, SEMA had not yet completed the TAC warrants. They had just conducted the MTO warrants.
It
says SEMA to complete.
It appears that they did the MTO warrant, but hadn't undertaken the TAC warrant yet.
Do you recall why SEMA was to undertake the TAC warrant in addition to the MTO warrant?
The TAC warrant or the TAC standards are what are used across Canada for street lighting standards, and those warrants are used across Canada. They're also those warrants are contained within the Federal Highway Administration Lighting Handbook for the U.S. too. So that's what we are most used to using are the TAC warrants and TAC standards. And the TAC warrant has warrants for all kinds of different road types and including highways and interchanges. And it was previously mentioned that we follow, from a standards perspective, TAC and IES. So it's more than reasonable that a discussion of a TAC warrant appears. It's very unusual and not common for us to utilize MTO warrants. In fact, I had not ever used an MTO warrant. They are constructed for provincial highways, Province of Ontario highways, and they're constructed around those highways as opposed to TAC, which is more in tune with municipal roadways.
And just above it, it says that the warrants were scored such that continuous lighting score was met. So that's SEMA's conclusion. I take it that relates to SEMA's conclusion and analysis that continuous illumination was warranted on the MTO warrant.
Correct. Based on their undertaking of the warrant, it appears that it achieved a score that indicates that as an indicator of warranted.
Thank you. And Registrar, if we could end the call out of Mr. Field's note, and in the SEMA meeting minutes, it says underneath PowerPoint presentation, it's the fourth entry down. It says, Registrar, if we could call that out, it says SEMA to use TAC illumination warrant as this is what the city utilized. And I think that's what you were referring to. The city used the TAC guidelines.
Correct. Yeah. As I mentioned, the TAC warrant is the common practice for municipalities across Canada for street lighting, and MTO warrant is very specific and constructed for Ministry of Transportation highways.
And SEMA would rely on the outcome of that TAC warrant, but recognize the outcome of the MTO warrant in their report.
Correct. In terms of the type of facility here, so it is similar to a highway. So I appreciate that they're doing both types of warrants to see how they compare to each other. So I would say that that's being done in due diligence as far as undertaking both of those warrants and making sure that all things are being considered. But in terms of order of priority, I would put the TAC warrants first and then the MTO warrants second as supplementary to the TAC warrant.
Okay. And was that your direction for SEMA to use the TAC warrant?
I don't believe that I provided direction to do it, but earlier when they were doing that data collection thing, we were identifying that TAC was our standards that we utilize for the city. So it would be more than reasonable that they would undertake the TAC illumination warrant because they are part of that standard document.
Okay, thank you. We're sure we can end that call out. And 2 entries lower, it says SEMA to ensure that description of the need for transitional lighting is included in the report, especially in BC analysis for lighting. BC, that's benefit cost? That's
correct.
And what does this refer to?
Transition lighting is the best thing if you think of an unlit roadway and then you're going to light a segment of it. That, as anyone can relate to this, that your eyes take some time to transition from dark to bright. And in street lighting, when you're going from a dark environment to a lit environment, you need to have transitional, or you should have transitional lighting to allow the eyes to slowly adapt between that dark environment and the lit environment. So the transition lighting occurs further before and then after the fully lit piece. So if you are, doing a study of a very specific area and it's 200 meters long, just for example, you will have transition lighting that will extend that scope of area beyond the 200 meters so that you can have that adaptation occurring prior to a driver exiting the dark environment, going from unlit to, the maximum amount of light. So it basically, maybe the best way to put it, it's like somewhat of the lighting gets brighter and brighter as you travel through the section. So when you're in the most brightest section, that your eyes have had time to adapt, and then conversely, when you're exiting that fully lit area, that the lighting is getting darker and darker before you're being exited out into an unlit environment. So that's what transition lighting reference is being made here.
Okay. And why was there a need for that discussion specifically in this study? Was that because it was looking only at a segment of the Red Hill?
Correct. Yeah, the study area was only a segment of the Red Hill. And if there was any recommendation or consideration for lighting a segment of it, then standards and practices describe that transition lighting should be included as part of that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Registrar, we can end this call out, and we can also end the call out of the overview document as well. And if we could call up image 2 of this document. I should say that these are, this copy of the minutes is an internal SEMA copy. So that's why the red track changes there are internal changes that were made at SEMA. But the changes are consistent with what was sent to the city. So
okay.
If you look in open item 4 there, open discussion. The first paragraph there says, SEMA needs to be cautious with illumination. BC is critical for this assignment due to political and other design and cost constraints. Site-specific locations are probably better than full illumination. Do you recall any discussion about SEMA needing to be cautious with illumination?
Not for, as this is kind of making reference to benefit to cost, and as what was referenced previously, that lighting is very expensive to implement, and obviously benefit to cost calculations are, the cost piece is really critical to the equation because it is so expensive to install it. So kind of going back to that conversation about the holistic approach and making sure that the best solution is being selected. So having a benefit to cost analysis to make sure before, with any traffic safety countermeasure, that you have a benefit to cost evaluation occur, so you're not incorrectly selecting a countermeasure that's either too expensive or doesn't have the high enough aggregate benefit to it. So in this case, this is making reference, I believe, to the cost of lighting, and that there should be some caution to make sure that the benefit to cost ratio is correct, because of there's other complicating factors. Cost, design, sometimes implementation of street lighting is a lot more challenging than, saying, installing signage or paving markings and that sort of thing. So I think that that's what this is a reference to.
Sure. Okay, so in terms of some of those complications, specifically as it relates to the Red Hill, the political constraints, do you recall what those were?
I think that this is reference to the motion itself. So obviously the councillor specifically asked for lighting to be reviewed, but cost is always a political discussion. But other than that, I don't have specific comment on what the term or the word political means in this context.
And the design constraints.
Yeah, the design constraints are for this specific area. This is more about the physical design constraints that exist within the study area. And I'll use an example where there is a Hydro 1 high voltage transmission line that partially cuts over top of one of the ramps, the Mudstone Church ramp, and then travels down northerly and then cuts diagonally across the Red Hill. And that is significant because street lighting poles and high voltage hydro lines can't exist together in some instances, depending on the voltage, the height of the lines, and that sort of thing. And there is, within the Electrical Safety Code of Ontario, there are requirements for both horizontal and vertical separation between street lighting poles or poles in general and overhead utility lines. So this is making reference to, I believe, some of those design constraints. So because of those, those kinds of constraints on the Red Hill main line and then the ramp as well, that there might be locations where it would be very challenging to install a streetlight pole because it would be essentially prohibited by the Electrical Safety Act to install those poles under there. And it might result in either challenges that would have to be overcome from design, or challenges that could not be overcome from the design, in which case the lighting levels might not be able to be met in certain segments of a ramp or a main line. So this is kind of making reference to that. And then also within the study of area, it's just between the Stonechurch and Mud interchange and the next interchange to the north, which is Green Hill. There is a bridge, and that bridge was constructed without any provision for street lighting. For example, there's no pole bases, there's no conduits and that sort of thing. So to install pole bases and conduits onto that bridge, it would require structural modification to that bridge to allow for it. So those are the kinds of, again, that's not impossible to implement. It's just a constraint that exists. And, when you're talking about modifying the structure of a bridge, that could also be expensive. So, and that relates back to the benefit to cost ratio, to make sure that benefit to cost ratio is accounting for all of those different constraints.
And was there any, in the context of the design constraints, was there any discussion about the original design, the choice to use lighting at the interchange versus at the main line? Any discussion of the EA in that context?
I don't believe so. No, I think this discussion is related to the consideration for adding lighting.
And who advised SEMA about these constraints?
Oh, I would have expertise in this subject matter. There's no doubt about that. And if it was anyone, it would have been me to outline some of the challenges, design challenges and constraints, for sure.
And where it says site-specific locations are probably better than full illumination, would that have been you as well?
I'm not completely clear if that would have been me at all, and I'm not too sure in the context of how that's being introduced here, because I'm not too sure if I fully understand what site-specific locations versus full illumination means.
Do you recall anyone else from the city saying something like that at the meeting?
I don't really recall the specifics of those meetings, so I guess my answer is no.
Okay. Okay, I asked you. Okay, so the second bullet there, where it says SEMA to make sure that illumination, if recommended, would actually assist in reducing the types of crashes on this facility and/or improve conditions, i.e. geometric. If other treatments would similarly result, consider those before illumination if possible. So as I interpret this, SEMA was advised, or there was discussion that if other treatments could reduce the types of crashes on the Red Hill, those treatments should be considered first before the illumination. Is that right?
I agree with this statement because of the what was being considered minus geometric changes. We were talking about lighting and signs and markings. So it is far less expensive to implement signs and pavement marking changes than it is to install lighting. And going back to the original kind of theme of this about driver guidance and visibility, and I recall one of those emails that you showed to the counselor's office about someone complaining they could not see the lanes. Mm-hmm. So if that issue could be dealt with through installing or refreshing the pavement markings, as opposed to installing lighting, then obviously, and that resolves the issue. Then obviously installing pavement markings is far less expensive and easier than installing illumination. And kind of like it's inferring here, as long as it improves or deals with whatever condition is trying to be dealt with.
Prior to this meeting and this is June 6th, do you remember if you spoke to Mr. Moore or Mr. Kirchhoff or Mr. McGuire about any of the political or design or cost constraints? Is that something that you had spoken with them about prior to?
I don't recall specifically. Was this, sorry, if I can ask a question, was this was the meeting, did Gary Kirchhoff attend this meeting? This wasn't the kickoff meeting, correct?
You're right. Gary Kirchhoff did attend this meeting.
Yeah, so if Gary was at that meeting, obviously he's either contributing or he's hearing what I'm saying. So kind of back to your question, since he was at the meeting, then obviously he's witness to it.
Right, okay. Okay, Registrar, we can end this call out. And we can close out this document as well. So Brian Malone of SEMA, he was at that meeting and he testified that he recalled a direction at that meeting on June 6th about SEMA obtaining more information about the lighting design constraints. And he recalled that SEMA was directed to speak to the RHVP design office, specifically Mr. Moore. And Mr. Malone's recollection when he testified was that that request or direction came from either you or Mr. Cooper. Do you recall providing a direction like this to Mr. Malone or to SEMA more generally at the June 6th meeting?
No, I don't recall providing that direction, but also noting that Gary Kirchhoff was at that meeting as well. So, but I don't recall direction being given, and I didn't see that within the minutes that direction was captured in the minutes either. So that would be unusual for a client to provide direction to a consultant, and they would not record that within the minutes.
So it's possible, with your reference to Mr. Kirchhoff, possible that he could have also provided that direction to Brian Malone or to SEMA?
Yeah, I'm not too sure if I would, on the basis of not showing up the minutes, would frame it as direction if that did occur. It could be a suggestion, kind of like we talked about earlier, about who knew the design details and construction details of the Red Hill, and my answer was, anyone who was in the project team, specifically Gary Moore and Marco Odi. So if in the proceedings of that meeting, had they have wanted to know some backup to how was lighting selected or those design considerations kind of figured out, I would say that it would be, my answer if I was posed that question would be like, well, the best person to talk to is someone within the project team, from the Red Hill project team, and provide Gary Moore's name or Marco Odi's or whoever else was on that project team.
Okay, so if you had been asked a question like that, that's who you would have suggested be contacted?
If they wanted more information, they would be better positioned to answer any of those questions than I would, that's for sure.
Okay. Okay, Registrar, if we could call up overview document 6, page 29, paragraph 61. And this is a note also from June 6th, that Mr. Malone recorded in his notebook. It's made after that meeting at 10 o'clock in the morning, and it references a conversation that Mr. Malone had with Mr. Moore. Do you need me to give you the call it again, Registrar?
Sorry, Council. Yeah, if you mind just repeating that.
No problem. It's overview document 6, page 29, paragraph 61.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. I thought I was sharing my screen.
It's okay. Great, thank you. So this is a transcript of Mr. Malone and Mr. Moore's conversation. And do you recall being aware that Mr. Malone and Mr. Moore spoke on June 6th?
No, I did not have awareness that these discussions were occurring.
Wasn't something that Mr. Moore reported back to you on, that he had spoken to Mr. Moore or to Mr. Malone?
No, he did not.
And so jumping forward now, about a month in time, the second progress meeting was held on July 3rd, 2013. Do you recall if before that, between the second progress meeting on, sorry, the first progress meeting on June 6th and this second progress meeting on July 3rd, if you'd had any conversations with Mr. Moore about the study or the work being undertaken by SEMA or your involvement on this project?
Not specifically, no.
And what about Mr. Kirchhoff or Mr. McGuire?
No.
And you told us earlier about the conversations, the ongoing conversations that you had with the three of them. Do you think you would have had any conversations between these meetings?
I don't recall specifically having any conversations with them. However, it's not unreasonable to think that we could have had conversations, but I don't have any recollection of conversations specifically.
Thank you. And Registrar, if we could go to overview document 6, page 31, paragraph 65. And 66 as well. Okay, so paragraph 65 summarizes that at the meeting, SEMA presented its updated findings, and that included a collision analysis and a list of the countermeasures. Do you recall attending this meeting?
No, I recall attending the meetings, but not specific recollection of one meeting versus the other.
Do you have any recollection of SEMA's findings? So SEMA found that there was a high proportion of non-daylight collisions. Do you recall that finding?
No, I do not recall the specifics of this meeting.
And I think based on what you told us before, there were a number of countermeasures that were discussed and presented by SEMA at the meeting, some of which were related to illumination and some that weren't. So I think based on what you told us before, you would have been focused really just on those illumination countermeasures. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And Registrar, if we could end this call out and call up HAM 51990. Perfect. So this is these are the slides from that meeting, and I won't take you through all of them, but I'll take you to image 29 if we could, Registrar, which deals with the illumination warrants. And so by this time, SEMA had conducted the TAC warrant in addition to the MTO warrant. And as is set out on this slide, SEMA had, in terms of the potential countermeasures for the freeway and the ramps, SEMA had found that full illumination on all ramps and freeway segments was warranted based on both of those warrants. Do you recall this this finding by SEMA?
Not specifically.
Okay, Registrar, if we could close this document. And call out, this is the meeting minutes now, ham 51991, images 1 and 2. So looking under PowerPoint presentation, it's the third from the bottom where it says city will provide available background documentation from EAs, etc., as input into the report.
Okay, see it.
Perfect. So where it says EAs, was that related specifically to the EA for illumination?
The EA isn't strictly for illumination, but I think I understand your question. It's related to the EA that was undertaken for the Red Hill. That's the way I would understand that.
And where it says city, was that you?
I'm not the project manager, so the all documentation would come from the project manager or from that division undertaking it. So I don't think that this is strictly assigned to me. It would be assigned to the project team with the lead as traffic and Stephen Cooper specifically.
And so as it relates to sort of the flow of information and documents from the city to SEMA, if it was related to lighting and specifically data requests related to the illumination, would that have been you responsible for the collection of those documents, and then you would then provide that to Mr. Cooper, who would then provide it to SEMA?
Well, Mr. Kirchhoff is at this meeting as well, so he is my supervisor. I think it would be reasonable to think that the EAs would be produced by engineering services. I did not have access to or had ever seen the EA, so it would have been hard for me to produce it. However, I can't speak on behalf of Gary Kirchhoff or others in engineering services, or from traffic for that perspective. From that perspective, if they had access to the EAs, either.
Who had access to the EAs?
I do not know who had access to the EAs.
Had you asked for access to the EAs?
I don't recall specifically asking to see the EAs. As part of the SEMA assignment for the detailed lighting analysis of Red Hill and Link, which was undertaken in 2018, I did go out along with one of my direct reports and assembled the EA from a variety of different areas as part of that process. And it did not come from one source at that time. It came from multiple sources to chase it down in its to get all the components of it and put it together for SEMA. But that, again, that was years later as part of that other assignment.
And so now we're about 3 months into the project. Do you know why at this stage the EAs and the background documentation were being provided?
Yes, I believe it's related to the conversation that you showed me between Brian Malone and Gary Moore, where Gary is, or there's some environmental consideration bullet in Brian's notes there, which has everything to do with EAs. So I think that that's making an appearance now within there, and that the EA considerations of as it pertains to lighting specifically is making a justified appearance within the project now, so that SEMA has the full understanding of all of the elements of the project, so that they can formalize any recommendations back to us. So
your understanding is this this was a request that came from SEMA as a result of Mr. Moore and Mr. Malone's conversation?
I believe so. I think it may have been around this time that I had, or I had a conversation with Gary, possibly, and Gord, and sorry, the two Garys, Gary Kirchhoff, Gord McGuire, and Gary Moore, about the EAs and it's what it said or included, or conversations related to the undertaking of the EA, or otherwise the design constraints related to lighting. And it may have made an appearance at this meeting, either by me or by Gary Kirchhoff as well in this point in time. But I'm not fully, I don't have independent recollection of this meeting specifically, so I can't say for certain.
Okay. The conversation between you and Mr. Moore and Mr. Kirchhoff and Mr. McGuire, what do you remember about that conversation?
I don't remember the conversation specifically and who was involved in the conversation, if it was all of us, all four of us, or if it was a different contingent of people. But I do recall back then of having a discussion with Gary Moore in which he was talking about, or giving me some more information into some of the design constraints for lighting from back in the day when that EA work was happening, specifically related to the environmental impacts of lighting. And
do you think this conversation happened before the meeting, before this July 3rd meeting?
Sure. I don't know in what time frame that conversation would have occurred.
And what information do you remember Mr. Moore conveying to you? Or what was the sense of the information that you had after your conversation with Mr. Moore?
From what I recall, that there were design constraints related to lighting and the environment for the Red Hill. That the Red Hill was an environmentally sensitive area, and that lighting obviously has can have a detrimental impact to the environment, to flora and fauna. That's kind of what I recall, but it's not as it's not as clear in my mind, since it happened such a number of years ago.
Sure. Under item number 4, costs, it says SEMA will include illumination recommendations in the report. MF, I take as you, indicated that SEMA should use MTO costing information rather than Hamilton costs due to type of lighting, i.e. freeway. The MTO costs, why those costs?
Our costs, so we do not construct highway or freeway lighting, so our costs and our cost tables that we have are for just regular municipal street lighting, road lighting. And the material and costs are different between standard street lighting and highway lighting. Since MTO more often undertook highway lighting construction, that it would have been more accurate, more reliable for SEMA to utilize MTO's costing tables than the City of Hamilton's costing tables, to ensure that the true costs are representative of what the actuals would be, and that they wouldn't be inadvertently, because if they use our costs, they would be lower because it's cheaper to install standard street lighting than it is to install highway lighting. And if that was used, then it would be underrepresentatively low as far as what the cost is, and then that would have implications to the outcomes of the benefit to cost ratio, which could perhaps make it that lighting is has a higher benefit to cost ratio than it actually does, because the costs aren't represented accurately based on too low of costing information.
And SEMA will include illumination recommendations. That was your understanding, that the recommendations would be included in SEMA's report?
Absolutely.
And you understood, I take it that SEMA had concluded that full illumination was warranted. So the recommendations would be in relation to that warrant finding?
No, I think that it was an indication that the warrants that were completed, the warrants did pass. However, the way that the warrants work, I'm not going to speak specifically to MTO because I don't have any personal experience using it, but the TAC warrant always has the caveat that there's other factors that need to be considered, that the outcome of a warrant isn't the ultimate direction from that warrant, that it's up to the judgment of the person who is undertaking the warrant to determine whether or not that warrant, the results of the warrant, should be implemented or not. So just because you have a successful warrant score doesn't mean that you go straight to implementation from that. You need to consider all factors and to justify whether or not that is practical to implement solely based on a warrant.
And the other factors, would that would have included the environmental constraints?
It can include environmental constraints or human factors or all kinds of different things. The constructed environment is a big piece of them. I'll use an example of just based on my experience. If you were doing a warrant of a highway or a roadway adjacent to the landing path of an airport, regardless of the warrant score, you simply cannot install poles next to an airport landing path, for example. So even if it was warranted, just because that warrant outcome was positive, there's other factors involved that you cannot install it, so that the outcome of that review would be no, lighting is not going to be installed. I'll just use that as a simple example that's just coming to my head.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that if full illumination was recommended by SEMA, the city would want those other factors, the environmental constraints, the costs, in order to be able to assess whether or not to proceed with those recommendations?
Correct. We would want to have to make sure whatever recommendations, doesn't matter if it's lighting or otherwise, from a consultant, that all things are considered, that they are the recommendations that we can reasonably action.
Okay, thank you. So Registrar, if we could end this call out and call up overview document 6, page 35. So you'll see in paragraph 75, Mr. Appleby circulated a copy of that PowerPoint presentation and the meeting minutes to a number of folks at the city, including you. And down in paragraph 77, you then forwarded Mr. Appleby's message and the PowerPoint presentation and the meeting minutes to Mr. Moore, Mr. McGuire, and Mr. Kirchhoff. And do you know why you sent this information to them?
I think that it was passed along to them. So I'm a stakeholder in the process. They are not directly involved. They weren't, except for Gary Kirchhoff, I'm seeing. Gord McGuire and Gary Moore were not copied on that. So I am passing along the information. They are my superiors, my manager and my director. So to keep them informed as in terms of the progress of the meeting or the outcomes of the meetings. So it's just a simple pass along.
Were you expecting any comments or any discussions to come from sending this to them?
I don't recall specifically, but I don't believe so. I'm not too sure if in that email there's any commentary from me asking any from them or not. So
we can call that document up. It's HAM 51989.
that'd be great.
I believe you write. There you go, Gary. So it's actually it's to Mr. Moore directly,
okay.
Copying Mr. McGuire and Mr. Kirchhoff. And you wrote, Gary, please find the SEMA presentation from yesterday attached for your review.
Yep.
So specifically directed to Mr. Moore for his review.
Yeah, so I'm passing it along to Gary Moore with copy to Gary Kirchhoff and Gord McGuire. But I'm not asking for any feedback or anything like that from him, and I don't believe that I was expecting any feedback from him.
And regardless of whether you were expecting it or not, did you have any feedback or any follow-up discussion with Mr. Moore arising from providing these materials to him?
Not that I recall.
You don't recall any conversations with Mr. Moore about the status of SEMA study or what they had concluded with respect to the illumination warrants or their recommendations?
I don't recall anything, any conversations as an output of this email or the minutes and the presentation that was given to him.
Okay. Commissioner, I see it's 11:26, and I'm just about to move to another topic. So perhaps this would be a good time for us to take our morning recess.
Okay. Let's stand adjourned then until 11:45.
So Mr. Field, before the break, we were talking about your understanding coming out of the July 3rd meeting regarding SEMA's report. And so as I understand your evidence, you understood that SEMA's report would include the full illumination review. Is that right?
I think I would characterize it as illumination review, whether it was a full illumination review, but an illumination review within the study area.
Okay, and that would include the main line and the interchanges.
Correct.
And you understood that SEMA had concluded or had found, based on their warrant analysis, that lighting on the mainline segments and the ramps was warranted.
That the MTO and TAC warrant scores were indicated that they were warranted. Yes.
Right. And that SEMA's report would include their recommendations related to lighting and in relation to those warrants. I whether those warrants, like we talked about just before the break there, we're going to formalize part of the recommendations. Wasn't sure at this point in time, but generally yes. And was it also your understanding that the MTO costing information would be used in that report that SEMA prepared?
I had hoped it would be, yes.
Okay. Okay. So the city received a draft of the first draft from SEMA on July 29th, 2013. And that was when that it was sent to you on that date. But prior to the draft being sent to the city, there was internal discussion at SEMA regarding a draft circulated internally. The draft that had been circulated internally at SEMA included the review of mainline and interchange lighting, and SEMA had recommended or suggested full lighting on the Red Hill and found full lighting to be warranted. And Brian Malone at SEMA, this was an internal email exchange at SEMA, described the report as a hand grenade that would go off in the city's hands. So recognizing that those aren't your words, it wasn't an email you were copied on it, I just want to sort of talk through that with you. So was it, you knew that lighting would be expensive, is that fair?
Lighting is expensive to install, correct.
Right. And so if that had been recommended and it was a recommendation that council wanted to proceed with, that would be an expensive endeavor.
Definitely.
And you also knew that there had been, correct me if I'm wrong, that at that point you had conversations with Mr. Moore regarding design decisions related to the EA and the decision to have illumination only at the off ramps. Is that right?
Correct.
And there was the meeting minutes that we looked at previously that referenced political constraints. Lighting could have also been a political issue, is that right?
Lighting could be a political issue, yes, since it was captured within the part of the motion, and since it is expensive to install. And as well,
if it had been recommended, some councillors might have wanted to proceed with installing illumination, and some might not have. And could it have been a political issue in that sense?
I'm not too sure. I have an opinion on that, but it's quite possible, depending on what that looked like. If some of them would agree with it installing lighting and some would not, I'm not too sure if that would be the case, but however, it's feasible.
So fair to summarize that if SEMA had recommended that lighting be installed on the Red Hill, that could have some significant implications cost-wise or politically?
Politically, I'm not too sure I agree with. However, cost-wise, from a street lighting perspective, it would be the most expensive project that we would have undertaken from my perspective anyway.
Okay. Registrar, if we could call up CIM 8118.1. So this is Mr. Field, this is the draft report that was sent by SEMA to Mr. Cooper on July 29th, and that then Mr. Cooper forwarded to you. Do you recall receiving this report?
No, I don't have specific recollection of receiving it. However, through the review of documents, I see that I did, and I commented on it.
In the version that was sent to the city on July 29th, SEMA, sorry, let's take you to a pinpoint in the document in image 25, register. So this is where the illumination review begins and starts with a discussion of SEMA's methodology. And in the last sentence of that first paragraph underneath methodology, it said, sorry, wrong paragraph. It's the third paragraph there. Thank you, Registrar. It says, finally, the understanding that the decision to not illuminate the entire RHVP section was inextricably linked to environmental concerns and approvals. Review of full illumination was not undertaken, but was restricted to spot locations. So in this report, SEMA's analysis and methodology with respect to the illumination was restricted just to the spot locations. See that?
Yes, I see that.
Do you recall that? Do you recall reading that in the draft report?
I don't have a specific recollection of reviewing this this thing, only through the review of the documents for preparing for the inquiry.
And Registrar, if we go to image 27. And there at the top, you'll see that this is the illumination results. And there it says, this is restricted just to illumination at the interchanges. You'll see that there's findings with respect to the Dartnell Road interchange, the Mud Street interchange, and the Green Hill Avenue interchange. And SEMA's finding here was that full interchange illumination was warranted just for the Mud Street interchange. And there's no consideration here of the findings or the warrants with respect to the main line.
Correct.
And based on what you told me before, this was inconsistent, is not consistent with what you had expected from SEMA. You expected that their report would include the entire study area. Is that right?
That is correct.
And that included the interchanges and the main line.
Within the study area, correct.
And I see here that there's only a reference to the TAC warrant, no reference to the MTO warrant.
Correct.
And that also, based on what we had talked about before and the minutes that we had looked at before, there's also an expectation that SEMA's report would reference the findings and of the MTO warrant.
My expectations, you mean?
Sure, or the city's.
In their report, I think that there's an expectation that they summarize the activities that they undertook as part of the review. So they did undertake an MTO warrant. So, but it's not made reference here, only the TAC warrant. But again, the TAC warrant is kind of the main warrant that we would utilize as a city, and the MTO warrant was used, or would have been used as supplemental to the TAC warrant. That's my understanding.
Okay. So a few days later, Registrar, if we could end this call out and call up overview document 6, page 43. So Mr. Field there, paragraph 98. On August 2nd, you provided comments on the draft report that we just looked at to Mr. Cooper. And if you look in, thank you, Registrar. So if you look in the third bullet, it says the illumination of the main line has been excluded. Bracket, his decision is based upon information that we provided to SEMA, closed bracket. The exclusion is not well explained. Considering that illumination of the main line is the first request in the council motion to review, I think that there should be far more explanation as to why it was excluded. I think, as you said, your understanding or your expectation at the time that you would have received the report is that illumination of the main line would have been included?
I think illumination of the main line was considered. Whether or not it was going to be recommended, that's the determination of this final report to make, but definitely illumination within the study area.
And excluded, that's discussion of the illumination of mainline illumination was excluded from the discussion in SEMA's report.
Correct. Yep.
And from their recommendations as well.
Sorry, within this report, it doesn't make an appearance, right? That this what this statement I'm making here is that it's been excluded, and that because it has been excluded and that it was a main feature of the council motion, I am noting that I believe that there needs to be far more discussion within the report to justify why it had been excluded.
What sort of discussion would you have anticipated, or did you want to see in the report in relation to the exclusion?
So since the since it was not, the draft report was very short on describing why or what factors involved in excluding it, which exclusion means to me is not recommending that mainline illumination be undertaken. And then that one sentence, which I have to double check my emails all the time, but this decision is based upon information that we provided to SEMA. That's kind of the way I see that is along the design constraints and the environmental issues. That's how I read that. And then, like I mentioned, the results of a warrant doesn't unilaterally make a decision on whether something's going to happen or not, that there's other factors. And definitely the environmental factors and those design constraints would be factors. And my belief is that those can altogether are what led SEMA possibly to not recommend mainline lighting. However, since, like I mentioned, and what I'm saying here is that since the very first request in that council motion was for lighting or evaluation of lighting, that the report should, so to the reader or to the councillor who's making that request, so that then when they read it, they can understand why it had been recommended or not been recommended. So this is these are my comments from my review of that draft report, and asking for or considering or asking for consideration of a far greater explanation, so that the reader or that person or those people who asked for that motion can understand why something was recommended or not recommended.
And as I read the SEMA report, SEMA's, and you can correct me if you have a different recollection of it, or I can take you to a part of the report if that would assist, that the way that SEMA characterized the illumination was that it was not in scope of the assignment and the review. Do you recall that?
Mr. Commissioner, perhaps it would be helpful to the witness to go to that section of the report itself.
Please. I was just going to ask for that. Thank you.
Sure. So Registrar, if we could call back up CIM 8118.1 at image 9, I believe. Image 10. Let's try that. It says it was determined that a review of the fundamental roadway design geometry of the roadway and illumination throughout the study area was beyond the scope of this study. And then down below in the study scope, about halfway down, there's a bullet point that says review of illumination in specific areas only, i.e. not throughout study area.
Right.
So do you recall or have any memory of SEMA characterizing illumination throughout the study area as being out of the scope of the assignment?
No.
Okay, thanks, Registrar. We can close that out. And if we could go back to Mr. Field's email that we were just looking at, which is overview document 6, page 43. Back in that third bullet, you said this decision is based upon information that we provided to SEMA. Who is the we there?
The project team, I can only assume.
Was it you? Was it information that you provided to SEMA?
I can't say specifically or what information specifically was provided, because I do not recall providing them anything from a document perspective that was kind of along these lines, except for the commentary related to the design challenges or restrictions related to the EA and lighting versus the environment.
Okay, so you recall providing the commentary about the EA and the design restrictions?
In one of the meetings, it's showing up as a point of discussion, yes, where it's brought forward to them about the design constraints.
And so is it possible that that's the information that you're referring to there in that paragraph?
I believe it could be, yes.
Okay. Do you know if anybody else at the city had provided any information regarding that related to the illumination of the main line and its exclusion?
No, apart from the the conversation that I wasn't involved in between Gary Moore and Brian Malone. Okay. But I'm not aware of anyone else.
Had you had any discussions with SEMA staff prior about the report and what would be included or contained in it prior to receiving this draft, the draft on July 29th?
No.
The reference to the council motion, which you were talking about a few minutes ago, did you have concerns that mainline illumination had been excluded given what you understood council's direction to be?
I think the purpose of the assignment is to fulfill the general request from the motion. Whether that resulted in recommendations for mainline lighting or not, or ramp lighting or not, I don't think I had a concern or opinion related to that, as long as the motion, the base request of the motion was being fulfilled through this report.
the motion directed the investigation into upgrading lighting on the Red Hill in the area set out, and that a full costing of options and alternatives be presented. Do you think the report that you received was consistent with that direction?
So not just viewing it from the illumination perspective, but from the other recommendations involved, which has to do with signage and pavement markings. I believe in combination of all things that this report did attend to the basis of the request and the motion from council.
But I think you told us before that you were focused really just on that illumination piece. So as it pertains just to that piece, that the one, your involvement, did you think that SEMA's report that you received was responsive? Did you have concerns that it wasn't responsive?
Yeah, I view lighting, as I mentioned earlier, as one of the a countermeasure, a traffic safety countermeasure, and it cannot be in the context of this motion isolated like that. So that's difficult for me to make a comment on whether or not this attended to the motion. I think my answer kind of remains the same, that in combination of the conclusions of this report are in alignment with what was being requested by council, was related to the visibility of road users. I think that it's unfair to single out illumination without considering the context of what was being requested, and that this report attends to the complete context of the direction at hand.
Okay. Just wanted more explanation as it related to the exclusion. Is that fair?
Oh, sorry. Was that a question?
Yeah, it was a question. That's okay.
Yeah. No,
for explanation.
Yes, for sure. And that's clear in my bullet here, is that I'm asking for expanded explanation, because I did not feel that it was sufficient.
Okay. Do you recall if you, Registrar, we can close this out. So this was sent to Mr. Cooper, and I believe Mr. Gallo was also copied on your comments. Do you recall if you discussed the draft report or your views on SEMA's, what SEMA had included or excluded, I should say, with anybody in your division, with Mr. McGuire, Mr. Kirchhoff, or Mr. Moore?
I don't have a specific recollection of having a conversation. When I forwarded this email on, I guess my wonder is, who did I copy on it? That might give me some indication of who would have awareness of it.
Sure. Registrar, we can call out CIM 8113. This is your email. And you'll see down at the bottom there, it goes to Mr. Cooper, Mr. Gallo, and Mr. Kirchhoff. So you're right. Mr. Kirchhoff was included. Aside from him, do you recall any discussion with Mr. Moore or Mr. McGuire?
No, and it doesn't indicate that I had a discussion with them, and it appears within my last line there on the sentence that Gary Kirchhoff was away from the office, and that I would bring him up to speed with my review once he returned.
Okay. We saw before with the progress meeting, the second progress meeting, that the minutes and the PowerPoint presentation were forwarded on to Mr. Moore and Mr. McGuire. Are you able to shed any light on why you sent those documents but not the draft report?
No, I don't have any context of why I did in that instance but not in this instance. I think this is just a review of the draft report, and it was only sent to me directly from Steve, and I'm just bringing in my my direct supervisor, copying them into my comments.
Do you recall whether or what you and Mr. Kirchhoff spoke about in relation to the draft report? if anything?
Upon his return from whatever his leave was, no, I don't recall.
And so you'll see there on August 8th, Mr. Cooper forwarded on your comments as well as Mr. Gallows to SEMA and asked them to please address the suggestions and revise. And that in Mr. Cooper's absence, they could contact, SEMA could contact you or Mr. Gallo. Do you recall if you had any discussion with SEMA around this time?
No, I don't believe that I did.
Do you recall if you followed up with SEMA to ask what information the exclusion was based on?
No, and it would be unusual for me to go out and contact SEMA directly based on my role in this project. Any questions I had from or to SEMA would go through the project team.
Okay. And similarly, you don't recall SEMA contacting you at all to follow up about your comments regarding the exclusion?
Correct. I don't believe that I talked to SEMA at all, or they reached out to me at all.
Registrar, if we could go to overview document 6, paragraphs 45, or sorry, pages 45 and 46. So you'll see here on August 23rd, 2013, the city received a revised draft of the SEMA report, and this draft was sent to you. The paragraphs here talk about the report being sent to Mr. Cooper, but I can advise that you did also receive the same draft from Mr. Cooper later that day. And if we look at paragraphs 106 and 107, these discuss the changes that were made in the revised draft relating to the methodology of SEMA's illumination review and the results of their review. So the underlined text there shows the additional text that SEMA added. Is that in keeping with what you had hoped for in terms of more explanation regarding illumination?
I appreciate the context of the warrant discussion here, that a warrant does not automatically mean that illumination must be installed. And that that final sentence, the decision to provide roadway lighting should be looked at using sound criteria, but done in context with the surrounding roadway network. I agree with that statement.
Registrar, can we close that call out, please? And in paragraph 106, it starts by saying, however, as noted, illumination of the mainline section of the RHVP was not examined for the study because the illumination design choices that were made during the design phase were intimately linked to approvals. Similarly, is that the sort of additional explanation that you would have hoped to see?
I don't see that first sentence as being completely accurate, since mainline was examined as part of the project. It may have been abandoned by SEMA at some point in time. However, that first sentence is not fully accurate as far as what they did.
Do you take any steps to correct that or recommend that SEMA correct that in their report?
That I recommended that they put this statement in the report? You're asking me?
Yeah, you said that it's not entirely accurate. Did you take any steps to correct that inaccuracy in the report?
I don't recall, and I'm not sure if I've seen or had any if I responded to the review of this draft.
Did you appreciate that? Sorry, I haven't seen any documents that that suggest that you took any steps to correct that inaccuracy. And in overview document 6, page 47, Mr. Cooper, the next page there, Mr. Cooper, that's Mr. Cooper forwarding you the draft. And he asked for comments no later than August 28th, 2013. And I think you said you don't recall if you did provide any comments.
Yeah, I don't remember if I did.
You don't recall if you took any steps to correct that inaccuracy that you just noted.
I don't recall providing any response.
Okay. Do you recall if you discussed the draft with any of your supervisors, Mr. Moore, Mr. McGuire, Mr. Kirchhoff?
No, I don't recall.
Okay, Registrar, if we could go to page 51. And if we could call it paragraph 126. This is an email that you were not copied on, but it references you. And so this is Mr. Cooper reporting to Mr. Ferguson and Mr. White on September 19th, 2013. He says, I was speaking to Mike Field this morning, and he said that Gary Moore saw the report and was not pleased with the recommendations provided by CIMA. Have either of you spoken to him about this? Are you aware of anything in particular that he does not like or agreed with? So do you recall speaking with Mr. Cooper on September 19th?
I vaguely recall having a phone conversation with Steve about this.
What can you tell us about that phone conversation?
I can't recall what the purpose of the phone conversation was, but I do recall passing along this comment about Gary Moore in his displeasure with the report. I don't believe that I had any context as far as what Gary Moore was upset about, and was just passing along my observation that he was not pleased with it. And then I believe, just based on my review of some of the documents, that is kind of, Steve's not able to produce the same information. So while I don't recall exactly my conversation with Gary Moore, I don't believe that he expressed what he was not pleased with within the report. Okay. And I was just giving the heads up to Steve that Gary was not pleased with something within the report.
Okay. So you remember a phone call with Mr. Cooper. Do you remember the nature of your conversation with Mr. Moore? Was it a phone call? Did he stop by your office, come by your desk? How did that conversation take place?
No, I don't recall specifically the conversation with Gary in the context of this phone call with Steve.
What do you recall about your conversation with Mr. Moore that left you with the impression that he was not pleased?
I don't recall that conversation specifically. I believe that it was more of an in passing comment about not being pleased with it, and then later on the same day or close to that conversation, I was just bringing that to Steve's attention, since she's the project manager.
So you don't recall what Mr. Moore said about the report or why he was displeased? No,
and I don't believe that I knew, and I didn't express that to Steve in our conversation either. And then I know there's another correspondence where he's bringing this to the attention of his leadership, and he's not able to reproduce what Gary was upset about either or not pleased with. So that's kind of along the lines that I don't believe that I knew from Gary, and I was just passing along a base comment about him not being pleased with recommendations or something within the report.
Would it have been helpful for Mr. Cooper to have some more information about what exactly Mr. Moore was not pleased with?
Yeah, I can't disagree with that statement. If I was able to articulate that to Steve, then I would have for sure, because that is important information, since he is the project manager and he is ultimately responsible for bringing this to a conclusion.
And bringing this to a conclusion, is that the report?
The CIMA report, yes. Well, the project, he was the project manager.
Right. Um, do you recall how Mr. Moore had seen the report? Is that something that you had provided to him?
I don't recall how he obtained a copy of the report. I'm not too sure if he got it by some other means or if I provided to him. I'm not too sure. I don't remember.
Okay. Thank you. Registrar, if we could go to overview document 6, paragraph or page 62, paragraph 159. So this is jumping forward about a month in time. On October 7th, there you'll see in paragraph 157, Mr. Cooper sent a draft of the staff report to you, and he noted that the report was due today. And you then forwarded that report on to Mr. McGuire, Mr. Kirchhoff, and Mr. Locks. Do you recall receiving the draft report from Mr. Cooper?
No, I don't.
Up to this time, you hadn't had any involvement in drafting this report? Is that right?
Correct.
And why was that? I think we talked about this earlier on this morning. Why was it that you hadn't had any involvement?
Yeah, it was a project being undertaken by the traffic section, which I was not within that section. My role on the project was a stakeholder. So they had the responsibility of completing the consultant report and preparing the council report or the Public Works Committee report. That was their role. So I had no responsibilities or expectation that I would be involved in writing the Public Works Committee report.
Even as it pertained to the content in the report about the illumination?
Correct.
Did you have an expectation that you would have discussions with either the project team or Mr. Cooper about how and what aspects of the lighting of SEMA's lighting review were included in the report?
I think it's a courtesy when another area is writing a report that involves cross-divisional or cross-sectional content that is shared for an opportunity to provide comment or at least a heads up that is what is going forward. My role in this, again, was more on the engineering and implementation, and Peter Locks is my counterpart from the operations and maintenance perspective. So depending on the output of this report and those recommendations, I would have a role to play in terms of possibly implementing some of the recommendations directly pertaining to lighting only, though. And
Mr. Cooper's email didn't include any requests for comments or information. So yeah, did you interpret this as sort of the courtesy, here's what the report says, and if you had any comments, you could have provided those if you wanted to?
Very, very well could be just for information, especially considering I believe you mentioned it was being sent on the day that it was due.
Yes, as I understand the day that it was due, was the day that it was due to Mr. Cooper's supervisor, not to council. Okay. And ultimately, that draft, the staff report, was presented to council on November 18th, 2013. Did you have any involvement between October 7th and November 18th?
Pertaining to what exactly?
Sorry. So between October 7th, this draft that Mr. Cooper sent to you, and November 18th, there were a number of revisions made by staff within traffic to what ended up being the final report. So my question is, did you have any involvement in the drafting of the report, the revising, the updating of it before the final version that went to council?
No, I believe you're talking about the point in time where a report is going through the review cycle from the writer through to the general manager. So I didn't have any involvement in that phase of the report.
And did you have any discussions with anyone either in traffic or in engineering services between October 7th and the final report and when it was presented to council on November 18th?
Not that I recall.
And I can tell you that the 2013 SEMA report that we just looked at was not appended to the final staff report that was sent to council. Were you aware of this?
At the time, was I aware of it?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't know if I had awareness of it. I don't know at what point I saw the final report. I believe probably the time when I saw the final report was possibly either at Public Works Committee. I can't recall if I attended that Public Works Committee or post Public Works Committee through the minutes or the agenda.
Okay, but it wouldn't have come back to you as sort of that courtesy before the Public Works Committee meeting?
No.
Okay. And so I take it you didn't have any involvement in the decision not to append the 2013 SEMA report to the final staff report?
No.
Do you recall attending the Public Works Committee meeting on November 18th, 2013? I
don't recall attending it. However, when lighting items came up on the agenda, I tried to attend committee for my own benefit to understand what the discussion was or to be able to be available to answer any questions related to it. But I don't recall if I specifically went to this Public Works Committee. That said, it's possible that I went.
Okay. The inquiries received a video recording of this meeting. I won't play the recording for you, but I just want to call it up. Registrar, if we could call up RHV 961 around 2 hours, 3 minutes and 16 seconds. Registrar, do you need me to, is it just taking a while to call it up? Great, here we go. Perfect. So, Mr. Field, this is a video of that meeting. And there are a number of, we understand to be city staff members seated in the rows towards the back there. When we spoke with Mr. Lepton, he identified you as one of the staff members that is present at the meeting. Are you able to identify yourself in this video?
I believe that's me on the second row to the far left.
Okay, is that the black shirt, sort of head down, 3 rows
yes.
up? Okay.
And then next to me is Gary Kirchhoff, and next to him is Steve Cooper.
Okay, great. So based on this video, you did attend the
I was in attendance. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Registrar, we can close out that recording. And so, take it based on what you told us, your practice was to attend if there were lighting items. So
correct.
Do you think you would have attended this on your own initiative, or do you think you would have attended based on a request or direction from one of your superiors to attend?
I would not attend committee without approval from my superiors. And in that image there, you have both Gary Kirchhoff in attendance. He's seated beside me. And then you have Gord McGuire, my manager, who is in the front row.
Okay. So all three of you were there on November 18th.
Yeah, I would not attend a committee meeting on my own accord at a project manager level.
Do you recall that that councillors at the meeting discussed the report and the review, and that some councillors made comments that they recognized the results of what the report was recommending. They didn't want to lose sight of lighting as an item for council to consider.
No, I don't recall those details specifically.
Do you recall that councillors passed a motion at the November 18th, 2013 meeting that led lighting to remain on the outstanding business list?
Not that I remember, no.
Registrar, if we could go to overview document 6, paragraph 79, or sorry, page 79, paragraph 201. So there you'll see that following that meeting, the city clerk's office sent a council follow-up from that public works report to Jerry Davis, who is the general manager of public works. And one of the items was for staff were directed to report back regarding the lighting aspects of the outstanding business list C, respecting the Red Hill Valley Parkway improvements. So there was an outstanding business list item related to lighting following from the 2013 SEMA report and the staff report.
Yeah, I don't recall this.
And so do you have any recollection of what council's request was as it related to the outstanding business list lighting item?
No, I don't recall this this method of being added to the OBL list, so I don't recall.
Would this have been specifically related to the lighting aspects? Would this have been something that your group was responsible for?
Not knowing the context of how it's being asked and not recalling it, I'm not sure if it would be something that we would look after in engineering services, or if this would be back to traffic to look at. If it was related to, say, the implementation, the design and construction of lighting, that's something that would come back to me. But if it was something about selecting or determining whether lighting was required from a roadway safety perspective, then that would not be me.
So our understanding is that how this outstanding business list item comes about is that as a result of what the recommendations were in the staff report, which recommended implementing certain countermeasures initially, and then reviewing sort of a staged approach in terms of review of the countermeasures. This item was added to the outstanding business list.
Right, and from what I recall, we didn't go through them, however, that there were recommendations within the SEMA report related to lighting of, I believe, the Mud Stone Church interchange.
Yep.
So perhaps this is relating to that component of the staff report. I'm not sure.
If we could go registrar to HAM 4336. And if we could call out, so this is you'll see down below, Ms. Cameron forwarded the outstanding business list to you and Mr. Locks, copying Mr. McGuire and Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore then responds to the email, but he cuts out the original recipients and sends it to Mr. Lupton, Mr. White, and Mr. Mader. You weren't copied on this, but registrar, if we could call that out and just give Mr. Field, I'll give you an opportunity to review what Mr. Moore's email says.
Right, okay.
So appreciating that you weren't copied on this email, were you otherwise aware of Mr. Moore having a negative reaction to the outstanding business list item related to lighting?
No, not that I recall.
And Mr. Moore makes a number of points here, 5. And they appear to be related to the lighting and consideration of lighting. You told us before that you'd had some conversations with Mr. Moore throughout SEMA's study in 2013. Had any of the points in items 1 through 5 been ideas that Mr. Moore expressed to you in those conversations?
In a way, yes, but not within the exact same method. So he's making reference to the road was approved environmentally, not only without lighting, but specifically not to have it. That is familiar to me. The road geometrics were done with no lighting required. I don't know what that means. There are constraints that precluded the erection of lighting on several ramps. I think that is reference to comments that I had made before about the Hydro 1 line and the bridge. And then it's not recommended in any way, shape, or form to erect lighting on a partial basis. I'm not too sure what that means. We can't afford it. I don't understand that statement. And so partially it's in line with my understanding, but not definitely not identical to that.
Thank you, Registrar. We can close that call out. And we can close out that document as well. Were you aware that the 2013 SEMA report was revised after the November 18th Public Works Committee meeting?
The SEMA report was revised after?
Yes.
No.
Not something you were involved in?
No.
And now, jumping forward a few years in time, Registrar, if we could call up Overview Document 6, page 139. So now we're into February 2015. And you'll see in paragraph 403 there, Mr. Ferguson emailed Mr. Cooper, copying Jason Warren regarding the RHVP. And he asked Mr. Cooper to prepare an update report for the RHVP based on the action items identified in the previous report and identify what had been completed along with action items still to be completed. And so as I understand it, the previous report being referred to here is the staff report that was submitted to the Public Works Committee in November 2013 related to the 2013 SEMA report.
Okay.
Up to this point, as of February 2015, what involvement had you had with the action items that had been identified in the report, if you'd had any?
I don't think I had any involvement in it. The lighting components were longer term action items from what I recall. And the majority of the action items were traffic operations related, pavement markings and signage.
So it had been primarily traffic that were implementing the countermeasures that had been approved, and this would be for them to report back.
Correct. I don't recall having any direction or undertaking any actions within that time frame from installing or modifying lighting on the Red Hill.
And there was that outstanding business list item related to lighting. So Was there any action items in relation to you for you in relation to that outstanding business list item? That was.
Yeah, I don't recall, and I'm not fully up to speed whether or not that action item or that OBL item was recorded for engineering services or for the traffic area.
Okay. Registrar, if we could call up the next page as well. And Mr. Field, you'll see in paragraph 405, on February 27th, Ms. Cameron emailed you with the subject line, report Red Hill Parkway improvements lighting, which is the name of that outstanding business list item. And it says he wrote, but it's actually she wrote. This is an email from Ms. Cameron to you. And she writes, did you email Dave Ferguson? If so, can you send me a copy?
Okay.
And the same day you replied writing, not yet, I will send an email over the weekend and copy you on it. I briefly discussed it with Gordo today, which I think should be with Gordo.
With Gord, yeah.
Okay, and that's Mr. McGuire?
Yes.
Do you know why Ms. Cameron was asking if you had emailed Mr. Ferguson?
No, I don't specifically recall, but I think it does go back to what I was just discussing about who was the owner of the OBL item. And this is kind of leading me to believe that it was with the traffic section and perhaps emailing Dave Ferguson about that or asking for some clarification related to that OBL item.
It appears to me that it's connected to the updated report, and I think that's what you just said. It's connected to the report back to Public Works Committee.
Yes. Yeah.
Specifically the lighting piece.
Yeah. Obviously, it's right there within the subject line.
And do you recall what you and Mr. McGuire had discussed earlier that day?
No, I do not. No.
Did you email Mr. Ferguson over the weekend?
I do not know.
And then Registrar, if we could keep up page 140 and also pull up page 141. So you'll see there at the bottom of page 140 onto page 141, it says that Mr. Ferguson emailed Mr. Moore and you, attaching a draft of the update report. And he wrote, as per our discussion last week, please find attached the info report we have done on the RHVP. Please feel free to add / modify the information with respect to lighting. Report is due to Jeff on Friday. What was the discussion Mr. Ferguson was referring to?
Is it possible to look at that draft report? Because this doesn't need a bit more.
Yep, we can call that up. That's HAM 24142.
Okay, this I think I recall this one. Lighting shows up on the end of the last table or the bottom of the table.
Sure. Registrar, if we could scroll through images 3 and 4. And you'll see there in that last paragraph, it talks about the lighting.
Right. Okay. And then lighting does appear elsewhere, does it not, in this? Maybe not.
It's only 4 pages, and these are the 4 pages.
Okay. Okay. Yes, I do recall vaguely the conversation with Dave related to the installation of cat's eyes as a navigation aid for drivers.
And Registrar, if we could call out that last paragraph. Thank you. And it talks about that the cat's eyes had been installed in January 2015, and there had been positive feedback since the implementation. And that as a result, it was recommended that Red Hill Valley Parkway improvements lighting be removed from the Public Works outstanding business list. Do you recall a discussion with Mr. Ferguson about that?
Yes, I do. Yeah, or not a specific discussion, but I recall the subject.
And was this report drafted by traffic?
It was drafted by traffic. I had no involvement in the drafting of this report.
Was the recommendation that lighting be removed from the OBL? Was that traffic's recommendation or your group's recommendation?
That I wouldn't have made that recommendation, or engineering services wouldn't have made that. From my perspective, that would be a traffic recommendation. And it's, the context here is that going back to the SEMA report and the number of countermeasures and the subject at hand about drivers' comfort and navigation, taking back to that original motion back in 2013, that cat's eyes are a countermeasure that can be used to improve the visibility of the road. So I would view this as being a less expensive option than installing lighting that is still attending to the same objective here, which is to provide positive guidance for motorists.
So you don't think, you think you wouldn't have made that recommendation, or engineering services wouldn't have made that recommendation,
No.
Notwithstanding the fact that it says lighting?
Yeah, my role is not. My experience is not safety related. My role and responsibility is not safety related. Anything related to traffic engineering and traffic safety is completely within the purview of the traffic area. My responsibility is to design and install lighting, and I would look to traffic, not only in this scenario, but in other scenarios where they, through collision analysis or otherwise, identify that lighting would be or could be a countermeasure that could solve a problem that they're identifying, in which case I would take that and then I would be involved in the implementation of that as a countermeasure. So as far as this recommendation of one countermeasure replacing another countermeasure, definitely I have no involvement or for in many ways authority to make that determination.
Okay, but if there were a discussion about whether to install lighting at either the decision-making point and then the implementation point, that's a conversation that you would expect to be involved in?
Yeah, so the decision to install lighting, I would abdicate that from a safety perspective. I would abdicate that to the traffic area, and then where I would come in, like you mentioned, I would be involved in the engineering, construction, and my counterpart, obviously Peter Locks, in the operations and maintenance as a new asset. So that's kind of the separation between the traffic responsibilities and my responsibilities in engineering services.
So traffic was responsible for the decision to install, and then after that point, you would have been involved, or your group would have been involved in how that decision about installation gets implemented. Correct.
And in context of that work, and in recognition that safety is not within my job description or my realm of responsibility here, I'm rather impartial to any decisions related to one countermeasure or another. And if they determine that lighting was the best solution for a situation, then I would be more than welcoming of that and action that from in alignment with my role and responsibility at the city.
Registrar, if we could call up RHV 570. This is the final version of the update report. And if we could go to the last image, I don't remember how many pages there are, 4 as well. We could go to image 4, Registrar. So you'll see there, if we could call out that last paragraph, Mr. Field, in the final report that gets submitted to council, that recommendation is not included to remove lighting from the OBL.
Okay.
Do you have any insight, or did you have any involvement in that?
No. Is this an information update? Sorry, information report.
I believe it is. Yes.
Yeah. So in order to make a recommendation, remove it from OBL, it would need to be a recommendation report. So legislatively, or they're not able to make a recommendation within this type of report anyway.
And that would include removing items from the OBL?
Correct. You can't recommend in an information report.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Register, if we could move to overview document 7, pages 13 and 14. So, Mr. Field, at that same meeting that that report was presented at, which was on May 21st, 2015, the Public Works Committee passed, sorry, Registrar, it's just 13 and 14. So you'll see, Mr. Field, that at the same meeting where that the update or the information report was provided to the Public Works Committee, the Public Works Committee also passed a motion recommending that staff be directed to investigate upgrading the lighting on, that staff be directed to investigate additional safety measures for the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the Lincoln Alexander Parkway, such as additional guide rails, lighting, lane markings, or other means to help prevent further fatalities and serious injuries, and report to the Public Works Committee with recommendations by December 7th, 2015. Do you recall this motion by the Public Works Committee?
No, I don't recall it specifically, no.
And this motion led to a second safety review of the Red Hill, in addition to a review of the link that was going on, that was being conducted by SEMA at the same time. And the Red Hill report is what we refer to in the inquiry as the 2015 SEMA report. And that report was eventually submitted to the Public Works Committee meeting in 2015. Were you aware that SEMA was retained to conduct an RHVP safety review in 2015?
I don't specifically recall that I was, but I do know that I was. I don't recall my involvement in this 2015 one, if I had any involvement at all, or knowledge of it. I'm taking note that it's making reference to lighting within that term there, but along the same lines as other collision countermeasures like guide rails and markings and everything. So it's a comprehensive review to look at all factors. But I don't recall specifically what my level of knowledge was on this request or this recommendation from council, and then the retaining SEMA to do another study. And I don't think that I was involved in that 2015 study in the same capacity that I was for the 2013 study, in that being a stakeholder or involved as part of the project team.
And our understanding is that it was this was overseen by the traffic group. So it was the same group that oversaw the 2013 SEMA report.
Okay.
And as you can see here in paragraph 39, one of the items that was specifically requested by council was lighting in addition to additional guide rails, lane markings, or other means. And if I'll just take you to an email. If you look in, sorry, Registrar, if we could call up images 12 and 13. You're not copied on this email, but it's an email from Mr. Malone to Mr. Appleby there in paragraph 35. And it's referencing a conversation that Mr. Malone had with Mr. Ferguson just prior, about a week prior to this motion being passed. And you'll see there in the bottom of the first call out that it says the review would be for the RHVP and would include areas towards the escarpment where lighting is absent. Essentially a repeat of the previous work with a recognition that the answer regarding lighting is not simply no as it was previously. So appreciating that you weren't copied on this, but it appears from the documents that traffic staff were aware that the answer regarding lighting wouldn't simply be no. And given that, does it surprise you that you weren't looped in, or would you have expected to be included in a review where the answer regarding lighting was not simply no?
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Commissioner, but I don't think it's a fair characterization of that email to suggest that traffic staff were aware that the answer regarding lighting would simply be no. This is an internal SEMA email, so it's Mr. Malone's understanding of what Mr. Ferguson may have told them. I don't think it's fair to say that traffic staff in general were aware that it would simply be no, just to be fair to the witness as we summarize that email.
Expected to be looped back into, or to have some involvement given his prior involvement. I think that's the question that's being asked, is it not?
Yes, it is. It is. Thank you, Commissioner.
Perhaps we could put the question in those terms.
Sure. And okay, Registrar, we can end this call out. Mr. Field, given your prior involvement in the 2013 SEMA report, would you have expected to be involved in a similar capacity in the 2015 SEMA report and SEMA review?
Did this involve both the link and the Red Hill together?
So there were two separate reviews that were that was done by SEMA that resulted in two different reports. At the time of the May 21st meeting, the link review was underway, and this motion was specifically directed towards the Red Hill.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that. I don't think that I needed to be involved in this. In you know, I'm looking back on this, and I'm not too sure what I could contribute to this discussion, because it is noting that it's a follow along to the 2013 work. So as I mentioned, my role is more along the engineering and design of street lighting, not about the determination of if it's required from a safety lens. So based on the motion, or not the motion, but the direction from council, it most definitely is talking about crash mitigation or collision analysis. And like I mentioned earlier, I'm kind of an impartial observer of this. My interest comes into when I would be involved in implementing the design and construction of lighting. So in terms of this particular assignment, I'm not really sure what I would have been able to offer beyond what I already offered as far as the built infrastructure and standards, that sort of thing. They already had that on hand. Related to this assignment, it really does look to me like it's purely a traffic safety type assignment.
Okay. And the staff report that was submitted to council as a result of this, the 2015 SEMA review, did you have any involvement in the preparation or review of the staff report?
Not that I recall.
Did you have any discussions with any of the staff in traffic regarding SEMA's findings or conclusions?
Not that I recall. No.
Registrar, if we could call up HAM 702. So this is the final Red Hill Valley Parkway detailed safety analysis that SEMA prepared. And I just want to take you to one part of the report. Registrar, if we could go to images 56 and 57. So here, section 9.1.10 is included in the options for consideration section of SEMA's report. And thank you. I'll just give you a moment to review that. The first sentence there says the collision review found that the proportion of non-daylight collisions is higher than provincial and municipal averages, and a review of MTO's policy and warrant indicated that continuous illumination is warranted in the study area. And then there's discussion of the other factors related to lighting there.
I recall this for one reason specifically. And it is a glaring mistake as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
$810,000 to install lighting on the Red Hill is substantially understated. To install lighting on the Red Hill is into the millions. And like I mentioned before, having an understated value of the implementation cost really impacts the benefit to cost ratio output. I recall this, seeing this number after the fact, after it was presented to committee, and was surprised by how understated the cost estimate for installing lighting was.
You weren't aware of this at the time, but it was sometime after the 2015 report was submitted to council.
Correct.
Thank you. I'm sure we can end that call out. And you'll see there underneath in the summary table on page 50, installing continuous lighting is listed as a long-term solution there with the cost of $810,000.
Correct, and then a reference being made to more evaluation with reference to EA.
Do you recall if you had any discussion with Mr. Moore about the SEMA 2015 report?
No, I don't recall. I don't believe I had any.
Okay, okay, thank you. I note that I've gone just slightly past our scheduled lunchtime. It's now 1:04, and I'm moving on to a different topic now, so perhaps we should take our lunch break.
Okay. We'll return at 1:20. Sorry, 2:20.
Thank you, Commissioner. And could we get an all council breakout room register? Okay. So Mr. Field, before the lunch break, we left off talking about the 2015 SEMA report that was submitted to council submitted to council at the December 7th, 2015 Public Works Committee meeting. Registrar, if we could call up CIM 17450.1. If we could call up images 1 and 3 of this document. It's a 2-page report, Mr. Field, but it's scanned. So image 2 is just a blank page. And while we're waiting for 17450.1.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Field, this is a report that was submitted by Mr. Moore at the September 19th, 2016 Public Works Committee meeting. It's an information report. And Roger, if we could call up images 1 and 3 of this document, that'll give us the full report. And you'll see there under council direction on image 1, references the December 7th, 2015 Public Works Committee meeting. And that staff were directed to report back to the PWC with information about the costs and process of investigating an improved lighting system on the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the link. And that came as a response to the Public Works Committee's review and discussion of the link and Red Hill Valley Parkway safety reviews that SEMA did.
Okay.
And so I take it, based on the fact that this report was submitted by Mr. Moore, that this lighting item arising from the December 7th meeting, that was something that engineering services was responsible for?
Yeah, the process of investigating improved lighting system. And then we are reporting back, we being engineering services, to close out that request with this report, which details how that could be undertaken.
And specifically within engineering services, it was your section, the geomatics and corridor management section?
Correct. It's being prepared by I was the primary author, and jointly with Gordon McGuire as the secondary author. And we were in the geomatics corridor management section in engineering services, correct?
Okay. So you just said you were the primary drafter of the report?
Yes. Yeah.
And what was Mr. McGuire's role in the preparation of the report?
He was secondary, so he was the manager of the section, and so he would have been a contributor to the report, but I was the primary writer from what I recall, and it would have gone through him for additions or revisions or subtractions before it was submitted on to the director for his review and approval. So
you took a first cut at writing what was in the report, and then you would have presented that to Mr. McGuire, and he would have provided any comments if he had any.
Correct.
And then from there, once it was approved by Mr. McGuire, it would have gone up the chain to Mr. Moore. Is that right?
Correct. There's a formal process for preparing and submitting reports from the initial report writer to the manager to the director to the general manager.
And what was Mr. Moore's role in preparing the report?
He was the, as kind of described on here, he's the submitter of the report to Public Works Committee, but also as a signatory, the approver of this report. So that's kind of, he has the responsibility to make sure that the report's fulsome and attending to whatever item, in this case, a requirement from Public Works Committee to report back on something. So he has overall responsibility of kind of the closeout of this kind of report.
On the first image, the the last paragraph, Registrar, if we could call that out, where it starts with the original environmental assessments. EA completed for the link and RHVP included a review of lighting. It was identified that through the Red Hill Creek Valley, that lighting would have a detrimental environmental impact and lighting restrictions were imposed. So, as I understand it, did you write this content in the report?
I believe that I was the author of this content in this report, and most of it.
And what did you base the statement that lighting restrictions were imposed? What was that based on?
So this was based on conversations and information that had been delivered to me directly from Gary Moore to Gord McGuire and myself, based on his knowledge and experience of the preparation of the EA and the design of the Red Hill.
And what information did Mr. Moore deliver to you and Mr. McGuire?
I don't recall specifically. I believe he did not provide the EA to us, but he did provide a supplementary document that's, I believe it's the Laura Consulting document that discusses the environmental constraints or the environmental components of that EA. I recall receiving that from Mr. Moore.
Did you ask Mr. Moore to provide you with the original EA, the full EA?
No, I did not ask him for the EA. My understanding was that he was the city's engineer. He was deeply involved in the design of the Red Hill, and he was, my in this instance is still being a project manager. My boss's boss. So I took him on that basis, based on what he was telling me, that was accurate and was good enough to include in this report.
Okay.
And the Laura Consulting content, despite not seeing the EA or asking for it, was in alignment with what this discussion was having here about what he had told me about it, as that document has identifies the environmental concerns of lighting on the Red Hill. So those two things kind of combined in my mind was satisfactory.
Okay, thank you. Registrar, if you could close out that call out. And, sorry, if we could recall up that, as off on my reference. In the last sentence, or the last two sentences say, decisions regarding adding lighting on the link and or RHVP would require renewing and updating the original EAs so that the impacts of lighting could be re-examined. It would be prudent to delay any such EA review so that it may be coupled with other proposed changes, such as widening of the link/RHVP to 6 lanes. Did you also write that content in the report?
I would say that I wrote that in the report, but I think I mentioned earlier my experience and my input into EAs was limited, and this content, similar to the sentence above it, was based on information that I was given by Gord, or a combination of Gary Moore, or a combination between Gord McGuire and Gary Moore. So I wouldn't have any insight into say the widening of the link or Red Hill or anything like that. This would have been information that was provided to me to aid in writing this report.
So the information about it being prudent to delay any such EA review, that was information that was provided to you either by Mr. Moore or Mr. McGuire?
Correct.
And the timing here. What was your understanding of what the timeline would be for the other proposed changes, such as the widening?
That's hard to answer. I'm not too sure if I can recall what my understanding of the timing would be. at this moment in 2016. But I believe there was a revision or renewal of the transportation master plan that had something to do with the determination of the expansion of the Lincoln Red Hill, but I don't recall specifically or can comment on what my knowledge was at that very moment.
And what was your understanding of why the EA, looking into the EA, should be delayed?
The EA is a considerable undertaking, and an EA would be required to look at the other work, or look at widening or any other changes to the Lincoln Red Hill. So this is just making reference to those two things should be combined together. And then this discussion also shows up with a bit more expanded explanation within the CMO report that I undertook, which did a deeper dive into the implications of the EA or undertaking another EA.
We'll come to that. And Registrar, if we could end that call out now. And if we could call out the last paragraph on image 2. So this paragraph references that the study that SEMA, or the work that SEMA had done looking into lighting, there was a more fulsome review and business analysis required in order to understand the benefits, risks, and challenges of adding continuous lighting, and that the approximate cost of that study would be $100,000.
Correct.
And what did you, in drafting this paragraph, what did you understand the more fulsome review would include or would involve?
Yeah, an all-encompassing review to understand what implementation of lighting would take. So I made reference to the EA. So what did that actually mean? What were the parameters within the EA or not? What were those design constraints? How can we satisfy them? We spoke earlier about some of the physical design challenges of things like the Hydro One line or otherwise, to deal with those ones, and to have a succinct understanding of what it would be and what would be involved in undertaking a large project like installing lighting on the Red Hill. So the other two studies just kind of touched on it on a higher level perspective, and then this study would dive really deeply into understanding all of the considerations and needs for doing this large of a project.
And Registrar, if we could close out this all out and go back to overview document. I believe it's overview document 7, page 109. Yes. So you'll see here, Mr. Field, that as a result of the report that we just looked at, there was a motion passed by the Public Works Committee, and in that item B was that staff be directed to undertake a comprehensive study of lighting opportunities on the RHVP at an estimated cost of $100,000, and that the matter be referred to the 2017 capital budget process for consideration. So am I correct that the referral to the capital budget process, was that the funding for the study?
Correct. So the report that we put forward was an information report. We didn't make any recommendations or anything. It was just kind of answering the question, what would be required? And the conclusion of that was that, another study needed to be done. So this is council's reaction to that, saying, okay, you have our permission or direction to do that, and submit the funding for that project for consideration as part of the 2017 capital budget deliberation process.
So you had the green light for the study, but you didn't have the money in order to be able to action that study. Is that right?
That is correct. So B is direction to undertake the study, and C is a request to or direction to make a request for funding to undertake the study.
So once the money comes in, you've already got the green light to initiate the study. Right?
That's correct. Yes.
And I note that in this direction, there's no date that council asked staff to report back by. This time, what was your understanding of what the timeline of the project would be once funding was awarded?
Yes, there's no date to report back on, and council will sometimes add dates into the motions if they can define a timeline that they want to report back. This one doesn't have it. So obviously motions with deadlines baked into the motion obviously have priority over ones that do not. So this one is doesn't include that kind of completion date on it. So in terms of the timelines for completion, obviously it could not be undertaken pre-2017. So go through the processes to acquire the funding and then undertake the project from there on off. But I didn't have, there was no indication as far as what the timeline was to wrap this up. But all things considered, though, you want to undertake or follow up with the direction of council in a timely manner.
Register, if we could call up HAM 44429. So this is a 2017 to 2041 capital budget project detail sheet, and the project name there is Lincoln M. Alexander and Red Hill Valley Parkway lighting study. And am I right that this is the capital budget request that would have been flow from that motion that we just looked at?
That is correct. And this capital detail sheet was prepared or would have been prepared after that council meeting in 2016, and then submitted as part of the 2017 capital budget deliberation process for council. And
was it you that would have prepared this budget sheet, or somebody else in another division?
I would have aided in preparing this, but I wouldn't directly prepare this budget sheet. This would be other staff in engineering services that are more on the financial side.
And in terms of when the timing on when the capital budget would have been approved, when in the year does that happen?
The capital budget deliberations typically occur within the latter part of the year. And I believe that in 2017, the capital budget was approved by council in late December 2016.
So it was approved in late 2016 for the 2017 year. Is that right?
Correct.
So engineering services would have had, and your group would have had the green light in terms of the funding, or in terms of the council motion to conduct the study, and now you'd have had the funding as of late 2016?
The funding wouldn't become active until 2017. So it is to be spent within the time frame of, or beginning in 2017. There's some other factors in the backside or the back end of the process where the budgets need to be loaded by the financial section before they're available to us or anyone who wants to spend a budget for that to be loaded. So I believe that the budget was loaded for 2017 in early to mid-January. And then after that would have been loaded, then we would have had the ability to spend against it.
So early 2017, what steps at that point, once funding had been approved, did you take to initiate this, the consultant review?
We did not start this consulting review for quite some time. And during this time frame, we were undertaking, the street lighting section was undertaking a large project where we were retrofitting 27,000 streetlights from old technology to LED technology. And that was consuming the street lighting section beyond 100% capacity. And it was understood within the management team and with council as well that LED retrofit project was a priority for Public Works. And in conversations of preparation for the beginnings of that project, which the planning started in 2015, that because of the resourcing needs and the prioritization of that project, that it was noted that other projects that the street lighting team would undertake would be or could be delayed because of the prioritization and the needs of the larger LED project. So that caused a delay to undertaking this study until the point in time in which the large LED retrofit project was, I would define it as kind of in the towards the end of it, where resources started freeing up. So that, like I mentioned, created a delay for the ability for us to undertake a consulting assignment while we were doing that large project.
Is that the LAMP project?
Correct. The acronym for it was LAMP. That's right.
And you said it was noted. Is that something you noted as project manager?
In this point in time, so yeah, I was making the transition from project manager to senior project manager in 2017, I believe. Through so we had undertaken another previous retrofit in 2015, and this was phase 2 of that, so that after this project, all of the streetlights across the city would be upgraded to LED. And through the development and I'll call it the project design of these projects, resourcing needs was discussed at the manager and director level. And it was identified during those discussions about what projects took priority over others, and identifying that the LAMP project took priority over all unless directed otherwise.
Who identified that the LAMP project?
It would have been with my manager, Gord McGuire, and the director, Gary Moore. However, this project, or the LAMP project, also had within Public Works identified as a priority project, and I believe Public Works Committee and Council had an understanding that it was an important project as well. The output of this project was considerable. The street lighting system at that moment in time was beyond its end of life, and retrofitting the LED provided a lot of cost savings from an energy perspective, but also a maintenance perspective. And on top of it, we had applied for a provincial incentive through the IESO of, I believe it was around $1.5 million, which is a time-based, time-sensitive based energy incentive as well.
Okay. So did Mr. McGuire expressly directed you not to begin the consultant review project pending the LED update project? Is that right?
No, I wouldn't say, I wouldn't phrase it that way. Expressively gave me direction not to do this, but it was just understood that this was the focus of the street lighting group, and acknowledged that other projects would be delayed because of it, and this one would be included as part of that. Partway through undertaking the LED project, we also did a business analysis of accelerating the project to finish it earlier, and that was a cost-based decision. And I prepared a business case and submitted it for acceleration to Gord McGuire and Gary Moore. And as part of that business case, it reaffirmed or re-identified that other initiatives that street lighting would be responsible for would be or could be impacted by this even further, because, like I mentioned, this was undertaking that retrofit project was consuming over 100% of our ability within our group.
And you talked about council being aware that or council knowing that this was a priority project, was council aware that other projects within lighting, the lighting sphere, could or would be impacted by the order of priority?
I would say not explicitly that they had awareness of that, but I think that it is understood for priority projects that they do sometimes consume more resources than others. Conversely, the original motion to undertake the lighting study would be recorded on the OBL. I don't know what the original OBL report back date was listed as, but any changes to the report back date would be brought forward to council during Public Works Committee to revise the OBL report back date. So they would have visibility of the OBL date for this report changing.
Did the Public Works Committee that had directed this, did they know that this specific project would be delayed?
Explicitly, I would say that was not reported to them, no. But inadvertently through the changes with the OBL report back date, they would have seen that because in fact they have to approve the changes to the OBL report back dates at committee and reaffirm it at council.
Thank you, Registrar. If we can close out this document. And if we can go to overview document 8, pages 33 and 34. So Mr. Field, we are now, we'll be in December 2017. And Registrar, if we can call up paragraphs 86 and 87. Thank you. Just those two paragraphs. Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah. So you'll see here, Mr. Field, that in paragraph 87, there was a lighting item added as a result of the Public Works Committee meeting held on December 4th, 2017. And that item is identified as staff were directed to report back to the Public Works Committee on the cost of installing brighter lights on the southern portion of the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And this is not included in this call, it's on page 34, and that the report also addressed what, if any, impact the brighter lighting may have had on the environmental assessment currently in place for the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Okay, thank you. And if Registrar, if we could go to a few pages forward or backwards, page 31. Thank you. And in paragraph 76, this is the same day, December 4th, Miss Cameron, that's Diana Cameron, emailed Mr. McGuire and you regarding the lighting on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And she indicates that the motion was coming from Councillor Conley, who was requesting the information report, as he says he still gets complaints. Do you recall being aware of ongoing complaints about the Red Hill Valley Parkway lighting at this time?
No, I do not.
Those weren't coming into your office?
Not that I recall.
Miss Cameron's email says, I spoke to Mike, and since Martin is doing a report for January 15th that is responding to 5 previous motions that includes barriers, he feels a coordinated effort is required. I suggest that Gord, that you, Mike, and I sit down and put something to Martin, copying in Gary and John Mater. Mike was approved by committee for the money to hire the consultant, but he thinks the EA may have to be updated. Then she asks if you had any additional information. Do you recall a discussion with Miss Cameron around this time?
I vaguely recall a conversation, yes.
And what do you recall about that discussion?
This is the motion from Councillor Connolly is the second motion, in addition to the one that was already on the OBL. I believe I was in committee that day when he made this request. There was another report that was in Public Works that day that was unrelated to lighting, but was related to traffic safety, I believe, on the Link or Red Hill. And I think he just asked this question and formed a motion based on his question. There was, back in that time, from what I recall, a lot of questions and OBL items and that sort of thing related to the Red Hill. And you can see I'm making reference to 5 previous motions. So I was just suggesting that since there's so much activity occurring, that to have a fulsome response to committee would be of benefit. So therefore, coordinated effort to kind of deal with all of Red Hill related questions, because they're all really within the same kind of theme.
So you understood this, what Councillor Conley was looking for to be on the same theme as what Martin, who's I understand to be Martin White, was dealing with?
Not necessarily exactly, but it's all within the theme of safety and safe travel of the Red Hill. That's what I meant by that. His motion was specific to lighting, but was brought up at a Public Works Committee meeting. From what I recall, it had a traffic safety report on the Red Hill.
But his motion was specific just to the lighting piece.
Correct.
And the approved that you were approved by committee for the money. That's what we were just talking about, the 2017 capital budget approval.
I believe that's what that is a reference to. Correct.
Thank you. And Registrar, if we could close this call out and call out the next paragraph, paragraph 77. So this is Mr. McGuire responding. And he says, thanks, Diana. We're looking at this right now, as Martin has a report going forward in the next cycle or so that I believe addresses a number of RHVP link outstanding issues. Lighting needs to be understood in the context of the original EA and restrictions placed in that file. Mike is looking into this currently. At this time, do you remember what you were looking into?
What Gord is referring to? No, not specifically.
Around December 2017, had you started to look into the EA, the original EA, and the restrictions placed in that file?
I believe this is in around the time that wasn't long after that we engaged SEMA to undertake that larger study. And this could be, I'm just theorizing, that I was preparing or assembling the terms of reference for an assignment, for a consulting assignment in around this time. Perhaps that's what's being referred to, that I was working on the structure or like I mentioned, the terms of reference of a consulting assignment.
And you'd had discussions with Mr. As I interpret this, you'd had some discussions about that with Mr. McGuire?
It appears that way, yes.
Thank you. And Registrar, if we could call up HAM 52853. Okay, I think my reference is wrong there. So if we can, we'll close that out. And before we go to the next document, do you know if in December 2017, when these emails were circulating, had you seen the EA?
No, I had not seen the EA.
Okay. All right. Registrar, if we could go to overview document 8, I believe it's page 34. Actually, pages 33 and 34. Thanks. So this is back to the email that Ms. Cameron sent to you on or as follow-up to the December 4th, 2017 meeting. And in paragraph 86, she says, Mike, the lighting on the Red Hill has been added as an OBL item. I will therefore need a date. We can talk more on Tuesday when I'm back in the office. And then paragraph 88, you replied to Ms. Cameron with the picture that is excerpted there. And it says, no. Was your response
Correct.
to Ms. Cameron no?
No, this is a joke to Miss Cameron.
Okay.
Her and I had that type of relationship, or still do. And this is not me responding to her saying, no, I'm not going to do that for you. This is strictly a joke.
Okay. Can you explain the joke?
Can I explain the joke? Yeah, Miss I don't want to talk too much about Miss Cameron, but she likes cats. So we had a running joke with this grumpy cat meme, and I was just repurposing it for as a joke. We have a that kind of relationship. So I surely did not mean this to her saying, no, I'm not doing that for you.
Okay. And in paragraph 89, Miss Cameron's response also included a picture, and she wrote, don't make me go all Gary on you.
Correct.
Gary is Mr. Moore?
Yes, I believe I interpret that as Gary Moore. Yes.
And what did you understand Miss Cameron to mean when she said, don't make me go all Gary on you?
Again, this was her response as a joke as well. That goes back to our relationship that we have. But in this context, asserting herself as the director of the division.
Okay. And can you explain this joke to me? How did you interpret this joke?
This is the supervisor and subordinate relationship, an extreme one in this picture, but that's how I see that. Don't make me, flex my authority over you.
And looking at the picture, the person flexing their authority would be the person on the left with their mouth open?
Correct.
Okay. Based on your observations and experiences, what did you understand it to mean to go all Gary on someone?
Mr. Commissioner, I'm going to object to that question. I think the witness has stated a few times that it was a joke, and that the joke was a general reflection of the subordinate superior relationship.
Yeah, I'm going to allow the question as put once, but I won't allow any more questions along the same line.
Thank you.
So,
you ask your question again?
Sure. Mr. Field, based on your observations and experiences, what did you understand it to mean to go all Gary on someone?
I've never experienced it. I've never been in a situation such as this picture is depicting between my interactions between me and Gary by any means. Gary could be loud and abrupt at times, and but not in the same level that this picture is depicting ever.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so by this time, December 2017, by my count, Councillor Conley's motion was the fourth time that the Public Works Committee had asked staff within the Public Works Department, either the traffic or engineering staff, to look into questions related to lighting on the Red Hill in some capacity. And
correct.
So fair to say that by this time, questions about lighting had been fairly recurrent in the preceding 3 years?
Yes, they showed up infrequently at committee as part of the overall questions relating to the operation of the Red Hill.
Did you say infrequently?
Well, yeah, not every committee meeting, but as you mentioned, 4 times over since 2013 to what is this? When is this? 2017?
I might count 4 times in 3 years.
Yep. Correct.
And so did you understand that lighting was an issue that councillors had a persistent interest in?
I think they viewed it as one of the factors on the Red Hill since it wasn't lit, and possible solutions to help deal with or manage some of the concerns that were put forward, for sure. And then that shows up within that activity in Public Works Committee.
So we talked before about the timing between the September 16th approval and the report or the study by the consultant getting undertaken. After Councillor Conley's motion, about just over a year later, on a similar subject, did you feel pressure to start the study at that time, now that you'd had the funding and the approval for over a year?
I think there's I'll provide two answers to that. Is that in this time frame, this is when the LAMP project was winding down. It was coming to the infield piece was coming to a conclusion. So resourcing was more available, but and then when this motion came along, which was kind of almost a duplication to the previous one in many ways, that I would say that it would have some influence over initiating the or undertaking the undertaking of the study.
And we know that SEMA was eventually retained in April 2018, and that their lighting study was ultimately completed in January 2019.
Correct.
Registrar, if we could go to overview document 8, page 93. And this is SEMA's proposal, this excerpts SEMA's proposal that you received on April 11th, 2018. And that proposal included reviewing the previous BAs for both the Link and the Red Hill, revisiting findings from previous collision analyses, using the more recent data, and conducting an illumination review to determine whether or not illumination should be installed within the study area.
Correct.
And as I understand it, you were the project manager on this assignment?
Correct.
So the role that Mr. Cooper had on that 2013 SEMA assignment that we talked about, that was the role that you were playing in this study?
That's correct.
And you'll see down in paragraph 257, it references a meeting between SEMA and the city on April 24th, 2018. And I understand you attended that meeting, is that right?
Correct. I attended all project meetings with SEMA on this project.
Registrar, if we could call up CIM 17047, images 1 and 2. This is an email from Mr. Malone circulated to Reza Omrani at SEMA. And these are what Mr. Malone describes as his very rough notes from this April 24th meeting. So I'm going to take you to some of these and talk about that meeting. So
sure.
Under EA review, which is on the first page of the email, about a third of the way down. Thank you. And it says, confirm what the original and subsequent EA documents required with respect to lighting. By this time, April 2018, had you seen the original and subsequent EA documents?
I don't believe so. I think that this is making reference to collecting those documents. Okay. And that was part of my activity with one of my coworkers, was to go and track down the EA to supply it to SEMA so that they could do what this first sentence says, confirm what the original EA required.
Who was that coworker?
His name was or is Dipankar Sharma. He was the project manager of electrical engineering.
Thank you. And Rusher, we can close that call out. And just a bit below it, there's a section that says inputs review. And below that, a sub point that says document list provided. And it lists a number of documents, and it says doc list is comprehensive and any docs requested can be provided. And then below that lists a number of reports, including the full original EA exception order and the summary report.
Mm-hmm.
Did you put together that document list?
I can't recall specifically. I do remember there being some type of document list, whether it's one I produced or by the contact there, Jennifer D. Domenico, who was part of the Red Hill project team. She was one of the internal staff who helped me locate and get the EA for SEMA. And I do recall having some list of documents and providing that to SEMA to basically ask, you know, which of these documents are valuable to you, and which ones aren't valuable to you.
But you hadn't. Had you reviewed the documents that were on that list?
Did I review the documents? I was responsible to produce them if SEMA wanted them.
Okay. And then on the next page, it says, the third line down, it says MF, who I believe is you.
Yes.
MF commented that he believes the decision for lighting continuous first interchange was a cost, and it's just below that that call out cost-based decision, likely carried forward for the RHVP to do the very same as link. Expect that there will not be a prohibitive statement about lighting in the documents reviewed. So
correct.
Okay, so taking that first entry that I read out, the notes reflect that you commented that you believed the decision for lighting continuous first illuminate interchange was a cost-based decision.
Yes, from what I call this is what I was theorizing of trying to explain the design decisions, and this was my theory that it was more of a cost-based decision than anything else. And then I don't think that we ever identified that there was necessarily a prohibit. It wasn't prohibited to install lighting, but there were design constraints within the EA, and that the prohibition of lighting would be possibly unlikely to be found within the EA. I think that that's what is referenced to.
So this is the initial meeting with SEMA. Is that what your understanding was going into that meeting, that there wouldn't be a prohibitive statement about lighting?
I think I was theorizing on that based on some of the other information, and that's reflective in some of the other commentary about, I don't think prohibit is used, but more restricted and design considerations.
It says expect. Did you expect that there wouldn't be a prohibitive statement?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I wonder if we could just call out the relevant passage. Yeah, just because it's a bit small.
Sure.
Thank you.
Have the registrar call out that package, that discussion.
Thank you, Registrar. Perfect.
Okay,
so
sorry, what was your question?
My question was, in that fifth line down, it says expect that there will not be a prohibitive statement about lighting in the documents reviewed. So
right.
Did you expect that there wouldn't be a prohibitive statement?
I believe that's attributed to me, yes. It's more along the lines of restrictions or design considerations and not prohibited restrictions. And that is in line with EAs in general, that you can always revisit any EA and reasonably change something if you have justification or otherwise to do that.
I think you told us before that you didn't have a lot of experience or knowledge about the EA process. So how and when did you come to appreciate that the EAs could be revisited?
Correct. Well, in between 2013 and at this time, just from basic experience in dealing with this and talking about EA so often, that I became more accustomed to the EA process over time. But I definitely didn't have that same level of knowledge and experience back in 2013.
Thank you. And towards the end there, at the bottom of that call, it says progress meeting end of May 2018. Even if it says can't, then continue so that the decision can be made. Can't.
Correct.
Does that refer to what we were talking about, a prohibitive statement?
Correct. Yes, and that's in line with what we outlined within our report back to council, was coming back to them with a comprehensive review and indication of how can we do this. So this is making reference to, even if there is that prohibitive statement in there, how do we carry forward with that? How can we remove that or otherwise?
And so even if there was a prohibitive statement, you expected the council would still receive recommendations regarding lighting.
Well, maybe better to phrase it is that if there was a prohibitive statement within the EA, what are our options as a municipality to remove those types of things or restrictions, and have this assignment, the SEMA's undertaking, answer it. Basically provide that information to us, so we can move on, because that is a theme across all of these reports, that those design restrictions are part of the factor of answering this question. So this is bringing it to a full conclusion to say, even if it says you can't, is that truly can't, or is there something else that can be done to remove that can't?
Thank you. And Registrar, if we could go to overview document 9, page 55. So this is referencing the second progress meeting that SEMA and the city had. And there was SEMA had done some work internally between the meeting that we just looked at and this meeting on August 27th. The minutes of that meeting are excerpted here in paragraph 131. And Registrar, if you could call out the content under number 2, review of completed tasks. And so it says here in the first bullet, the original IEA and subsequent environmental impact studies were reviewed. There was no documentation that continuous illumination would be precluded. Do you recall SEMA presenting that finding from their review?
Absolutely, yes.
And I might not get the word that you used right when we were looking at the meeting minutes, or Mr. Malone's minutes from the meeting before, but is that finding consistent with what I think you said you surmised or you hypothesized as reflected in the comment that we had just looked at?
It is, yes.
Okay. And SEMA's finding was that the EA didn't prohibit continuous illumination on the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Yes, from what I recall is that the EA didn't consider full mainline illumination. It only considered illumination of interchanges. And
spent significant amount of time today talking about what information about lighting had been presented to council through the various reports that we've looked at. Did you have any concerns that there had been previous reports to council that lighting was prohibited, or that lighting had, or that the EA had contained restrictions on lighting?
I'm sorry, but perhaps, Mr. Commissioner, Commission Counsel could take the witness to the specific reference, because I think the wording here of what's in the report is going to be important.
I'm not sure that I understand
I understood Commissioner.
what wording you are thinking about. There are several different documents and that we've addressed that have this language in it.
So as I understood the question, Mr. Commissioner, it was, let me just roll it up.
I'm happy to rephrase, and perhaps Mr. Field, I'll put my question to you this way. Were you concerned about the past representations about lighting that had been made to the Public Works Committee being inconsistent with what SEMA found through their EA review?
Thank you.
No, I don't have any concerns because it's still within alignment with what was said before. I don't think that we ever said that lighting was prohibited from it, that there were other design considerations, which is true. The EA did not consider mainline lighting, only interchange lighting. So that EA, regardless of if we wanted to undertake mainline lighting, the EA should be or needed to be revisited. So those past discussions in those other reports and the one that I wrote is consistent still, despite this finding.
Okay, thank you, Registrar. We can close that call out. And there's reference there to the next step of the EA study being to confirm the scope of work and costs, and that would be discussed at the next meeting. But I'm going to bring you forward a little bit in time to October 2018, at which point you received, you and Mr. Omrani at SEMA were discussing the timing of the report. So Registrar, if we could go to overview document 9, page 103. So here, Mr. Field, you'll see in paragraph 255 that on October 25th, you emailed Mr. Omrani regarding the schedule, a change in the schedule. And you said, we've pushed our report date from December 10th to February of 2019. The pressure is off. December 10th, is that the original OBL reporting date?
I don't think it was the original OBL date, but at this point in time, it was the OBL date that was on record with Public Works Committee and clerks. So I was preparing, previous to this email, preparing for sending that report forward to the December 10th Public Works Committee.
Okay. And do you know who made the decision to push the report date from December to February?
That decision was made at the director level, where there were other reports going, and they combined, ended up combining reports together, including combining the lighting report in that. So I didn't have anything to do with pushing that date. I was advised that that's what was occurring, and that's kind of my response here, because I was going down the route of preparing that committee report for December 10th. So obviously the timelines for SEMA to wrap up their project had changed slightly. So therefore, you know, we do have a long period between when we write draft reports to when they actually go to committee. It can be up to 2 months sometimes. So previously the pressure would be to conclude the study in time for me to write the report and submit it for the December 10th cycle. And then if it was obviously pushed out to February, that same pressure to complete the report within that time frame had changed. And therefore, the pressure is off statement that I made there.
And by this time, you were still reporting to Mr. McGuire, but as I understand it, Mr. McGuire was the director of engineering services, December 2018.
I don't recall specifically, but it could be in that instance. I would be reporting to Dave Lamont as the manager, and then Dave to Gord McGuire.
Okay. Commissioner, it suggests it's 3:20 right now, so it's just past our scheduled break time, and I think perhaps we might suggest our break now. I note that at least on our end, it appears that the transcript is down. I'm not sure if others are experiencing the same issue.
Yes, I had the same issue as I was trying to remind myself of what your question was.
Yeah. All right, let's take a slightly shorter break and return at 3:30 because we're pressing it in terms of finishing with Mr. Field's testimony today. So we'll stand adjourned until 3:30.
Okay, thank you. So Mr. Field, before our break, we were talking about the SEMA report, the 2018 SEMA report, and the staff report related to that. And I believe you told me that your understanding about why that report deadline was pushed was because that direction came to you from the director level. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And when did you learn that the report had been pushed? Was it around the time that you emailed Mr. Omrani?
I don't know the specific date, but it would have been just prior to emailing SEMA.
And Registrar, if we could go to HAM 64285. And this document here, there's an email that you sent to Ms. Cameron on November 21st, 2018, and talks about the item, that's the outstanding business list item that's under your name in discussion with Gord being merged with the traffic safety report. And that was your understanding based on what Mr. McGuire had said.
Correct. And then this is confirmation of that.
So the staff report that would have been something you were responsible for, Mr. McGuire took that on?
Mr. McGuire and Mr. Soldo, I believe.
And Mr. Soldo was the director of the traffic group?
Director of Transportation Operations and Maintenance that has traffic within it, yes.
Okay. And so the lighting aspect would be one piece of that report?
Correct.
And so Mr. McGuire was preparing that report with Mr. Soldo, and he was responsible for overseeing what information from the SEMA report was included in the staff report?
Correct. I had no involvement in drafting that committee report.
So at this time, was the discussion with Gord, are you able to pinpoint it in time in reference to the November 21st email?
It was in around that time. I don't think that there was, a lot of discussion about it. I think it was just more about, at the director level, this is what we're going to do and how to proceed forward with the report, and that, that's going to be done at the director level.
Okay. And so as a result of that, you didn't have any responsibility for developing the recommendations for council arising from SEMA's lighting study. Is that fair?
That's correct.
That was something that Mr. McGuire and Mr. Soldo, as the authors of that report, that fell within their domain at that point?
That's correct.
And Registrar, if we can end, well, actually I should say before this document is not in the overview document, so it will need to be marked as an exhibit. And I believe that's exhibit 73. And I am
noted, Council. Yes, it's
thank you.
73.
And I'm also reminded that I forgot to mark another document not in the overview document, another document not in the overview document as an exhibit, and that was the capital budget sheet that we looked at before, and that was HAM 44429. So if that could be marked as exhibit 74.
Thank you, Council. Noted.
And Registrar, if we could call up overview document 9, page 253. Sorry, 253. Thank you. So just to get a sense of what your involvement was once the writing of the staff report shifted to Mr. McGuire, to the extent that this is a January 15th, 2019 email where you provided an outline of the committee interactions related to the Red Hill lighting and some background information. So to the extent that you were involved in the preparation of the staff report or that the lighting report this time, was it really just pertaining to sort of providing Mr. McGuire with information that he might need?
I'm not too sure that I was provided context that this was to aid him in the preparation of the report, but a request to kind of give some background. It's more than likely that that was the reason, and that is reasonable that you would want to kind of have the history there if you're writing a report that's trying to close the loop on something like the motion that we had.
And I take it that given that you weren't involved in the drafting of the Joint Traffic and Engineering Services report, which eventually became Report PW 18008A, that you also weren't involved in the presentation of that report to council?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And thank you. I'm sure we can end that call out. And my last set of questions for you, Mr. Field. In March of 2019, you were still in the role of Senior Project Manager, Lighting and Electrical. Is that right?
That's correct.
Registrar, if we could call up RHB 890. So in March 2019, there was an anonymous letter that was sent to the city auditor and the mayor. And it's the subject line is internal investigation into the asphalt quality on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Are you the author of this letter?
No.
Do you know who wrote this letter?
I do not.
Have you seen this letter before?
No, I have not. I've seen a segment of it as part of my preparation for this, but I have not seen this document.
Okay. Thank you very much. Registrar, you can end that call out. And those are my questions, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I understand that counsel for Dufferin and counsel for this counsel for Dufferin and counsel for Golder don't have any questions for Mr. Field. Is that correct?
That's correct, counsel. Thank you.
And I'm not sure about counsel for the MTO.
I don't have any questions either.
Okay. Is counsel for Dufferin on the line?
Yes, Commissioner, I confirm we have no questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bell. So I think it's Ms. Contractor's turn.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. May I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Field. And a few questions for you on some of the issues that Commission Counsel took you through. Wanted to start off by discussing with you your expectations regarding consultants and the use of their reports. In your experience, is it common for the city to provide consultants with feedback as they are developing their report and their views?
Yes.
And do you have any concerns with staff providing feedback?
No, I do not.
Why not?
The consultant has the ultimate responsibility to make sure whatever recommendations and content within the reports is in alignment with their ethics and responsibilities. So if we suggested something that was out of alignment with that they would not accept those comments. Personally, when I provide comments to consultants, I like using the terminology for your consideration, and I do not provide direction to consultants related to their recommendations. I, however, may make comments related to their recommendations for, like I said, in the terms of for consideration.
And is the feedback from the city or the client important for the consultant to provide information about the feasibility and the cost, the prioritization of the potential countermeasures or recommendations?
Absolutely, we're the end users. We're the owners, the operators, the asset. We have the asset responsibility. We have a lot of information and knowledge that they do not have. So it's more than reasonable that we supplement their, their projects and processes with information that we think that we own and expertise that they don't have.
Yeah. Mr. Registrar, could we please go to HAM 0051990 and to image 29 specifically. Let me know if you want me to read that back. And could we also please pull up HAM 0051991? It's just a black screen for me. Not sure if anyone else can see it.
Same for me.
Great, thank you. And so, Mr. Field, Commission Counsel took you to both of these documents, which relate to the July 3rd meeting with SEMA in the context of the 2013 report. The slideshow on the left-hand side, that is from the July 3rd progress meeting, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And the purpose of progress meetings is for SEMA to provide an update on their work?
Correct.
It's not intended to be a presentation of their final recommendations?
No, not unless it's explicitly outlined within the purpose of that meeting, but this is an update progress meeting.
And if we could please, and Mr. Registrar, call out the last sentence. Yeah, that one SEMA will include, and also the continuation of that sentence on the following page, if you could please.
Sorry, I have to go to the next image. I can't unless you want me to remove the slideshow.
Sure, we'll remove the slideshow and bring that back up if we need to. So this, while Mr. Registrar is getting it up, I can just read it out. This states that SEMA will include illumination recommendations in the report. MF indicated that SEMA should use MTO costing information rather than Hamilton cost due to type of lighting. And those were your comments?
I believe those were my comments, yes.
And I believe your evidence was that it was important for SEMA to use the MTO costing because the city costing would not adequately or accurately reflect the cost for the type of lighting that would be installed on the Red Hill. It would rather reflect street lighting for regular roadways.
That's correct.
And that the cost was important, particularly for the benefit cost analysis, because it could materially impact the conclusion as to whether it meets, whether the benefit is higher than the cost, correct?
That's correct. The benefit to cost ratio is sensitive to cost. And if you do not have accurate costs, it can give you inaccurate outcomes.
Right. And do I understand correctly that the MTO warrant incorporates the BC analysis in its warrant analysis?
I've never undertaken an MTO warrant, but just based on seeing them, not firsthand using them, that it does have a benefit to cost ratio component of it, which I think the output of that is further helping MTO make a decision whether or not lighting would be installed on a roadway or not.
Okay. And Mr. Registrar, could you please pull back that PowerPoint slide up, and it's HAM 51990, image 29. Thank you. And given that you made this comment on July 3rd after the PowerPoint presentation, am I correct that in expressing their view here, full illumination on all ramps and freeway segments warranted based on TAC and MTO, that SEMA had not used the accurate MTO costing in forming their view here?
It appears that way based on the comment as it's captured in the minutes there, that by the comment, SEMA should use MTO costing rather than city costing.
Right, and so you're asking them to update their assessment here to include more accurate costing information so they can complete their warrant assessment. Is that fair?
I believe that to be true, yes.
And so in light of that, did you understand this slide and SEMA's presentation on this particular issue to be SEMA's final view on whether mainline illumination met the MTO warrant?
In the context of the conversation that was occurring, no, it wouldn't be the final one. Right.
You understood, or what you were requesting here is for them to update the costs and do an additional analysis if necessary.
Correct. In the slide, you can note that the cost just says high. It doesn't actually have a dollar figure. So at this point in time, they would not be capable of producing the benefit to cost ratio. So definitely not a final kind of wrap up of this piece.
Okay. And so if we could leave that slide up, Mr. Registrar, and bring up CIM 8098.0001, image 25 and 26, or perhaps just image 25 if we can't do both pages. And this is the version of the draft 2013 SEMA report that was provided to the city after you gave your comments to Mr. Cooper on the August draft. And if we see, or Commission Council took you to the sentence in red at the bottom of the page. However, as noted, illumination of the mainline section of the Red Hill was not examined for this study. Did you understand this to mean that SEMA had not completed its examination on whether mainline illumination met the warrant?
Wait a second. I think that's a leading question given the language.
I can rephrase, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you.
And based on the preliminary views of the PowerPoint presentation that SEMA presented on July 3rd, how did you understand the sentence in red, which states, however, as noted, illumination of the mainline section of the Red Hill was not examined for this study?
I would say that is not a very clear sentence because illumination of the main line was examined as part of the study, perhaps not fulsome and to conclusion because at some point in time it was abandoned. But I would say that saying it was not examined is not as clear as what it could have been, if that's the intent of it being that this is not a full conclusive examination.
And I believe, Mr. Field, your evidence was that you understood that as part of the 2013 SEMA report, SEMA would consider and review continuous illumination on the main line of the study area.
Correct. Within the scope of the study area, the ramps and the main line.
Right. And if we could go, please, Mr. Registrar, to OD6, image 37, paragraph 82. And Commission Council referenced this email at paragraph 82. It's an email exchange between Brian Malone. If you could also do 83, thank you, Mr. Registrar. It's an email exchange between Mr. Malone and Mr. Appleby, with respect to SEMA's internal review of the draft of the SEMA report before it's sent to the city. And you'll see here at the end of paragraph 82, and Mr. Malone states, we need to discuss lighting. Is it in scope or not? And Mr. Appleby responds and says, I believe that it was in scope. I don't recall receiving anything from Mike that would act as an out. And apparently there was a report. Maurice, did you receive this? Just stopping there for a moment. And Mr. Appleby's comments, are they consistent with your understanding of mainline illumination being in scope?
Yes.
And do you recall any discussions with Mr. Malone or Mr. Appleby in July of 2013 where they were seeking clarification on this issue?
No, I do not.
Did you at any point direct Mr. Malone, Mr. Appleby, or anyone at SEMA to exclude an examination of illumination of the main line from the 2013?
Absolutely not.
And would you have the authority to do that, Mr. Field?
No, I wouldn't. I'm not the project owner. The project isn't being undertaken by the division that I work in. So I cannot instruct a consultant who does not work for me, report to me, to change the scope of their assignment.
Okay. And if the city did wish to exclude the review of illumination, how would you expect that it would give SEMA that direction?
Hypothetically, if I were to change the scope of an assignment for a consultant who's working for me, I would deliver that request in a formal manner by email or otherwise, so that that's recorded. Because often changes with scope comes changes in costing or changes of work hours, which has the consulting fees implications as well.
And if we go to your email where you provide your feedback, just give me a moment. I seem to have lost that. At OD 6, image 43, paragraph 98. And these are your comments that you provide Mr. Cooper after reviewing the first draft of the SEMA report, which the city receives, which, as you discussed with Commission Counsel, did not include an analysis of the warrant review of the main line of the Red Hill. Reviewing your email here, did you intend for this to be a direction to SEMA to exclude continuous illumination from the 2013 report?
No, in fact, it had already been excluded within the version of the report that I was reviewing. And this is my response to it being excluded and asking for a fulsome explanation as to why it was excluded.
And at this point, what was your understanding of why SEMA excluded consideration of continuous illumination?
I'm not really clear on, and I can't recall why they chose to exclude it in the way that they did from the report. But either way, that would have been a decision that they would have made along the line and based on their expertise and undertaking of the project. And I just wanted to make sure in this instance that that this is well explained, so that I think I mentioned earlier, so that a reader, whether that's counsel or the public or otherwise, or even me for that matter, has that fulsome explanation included, that it doesn't elicit any other questions.
And at any point during the 2013 report or review process, did SEMA advise you that given the proportion of non-daylight conditions, the city should really consider continuous illumination on the main line?
Not that I recall, and the basis of the way that they would be conducting their work, I would have expected if lighting was a main feature to helping solve the issues that they identified or meet the objectives, that would have been up in, at the forefront of the report and in their recommendations, which it wasn't.
And if we could please, Mr. Registrar, go to CIM 8118.0001. Mr. Field, this is the draft of the SEMA report that you would have reviewed and then provided the comments that we were just looking at. And if we could please go to image 8, Mr. Registrar. And I believe your evidence, Mr. Field, was that you would have reviewed this report but only with respect to the illumination sections.
Correct.
And so if we could pull section 1, call that out, please. And Mr. Field, this section provides a background on the environmental assessment process on the Red Hill. Would you have reviewed this section?
I'm not sure that I would have. It's likely I read through it, but I wasn't focusing on reviewing this kind of content, but more strictly just the lighting piece.
Understood. And if we could go to image 9, please. And if we could pull out that 2.2, that section. We've talked a lot about the design refinements or the restrictions in the EA with respect to illumination, and I think it would be useful to look at the 2013 report to see what it actually says about those design refinements. Is this the section that you would have reviewed, Mr. Field?
This section and the section that's specific to lighting.
Understood. And if we see the second paragraph of this, it states design choices on the facility were intimately linked to approvals. And then provides a bit of a background to the various species that reside in the escarpment and just a bit of background on the environment. And the following paragraph states, because of this unique area and because of the costs associated with building a roadway on the escarpment, the city identified several design refinements to the alignment of the roadway within the valley. These refinements consider environmental benefits, driver safety, and construction cost. And so just pausing there, and it specifically lists some of the refinements, and the last plus sign states restricting illumination to intersections and on and off ramps as one of these design refinements in consideration of the environmental benefits, driver safety, and construction costs. Do you see that?
Yes.
This section does not say that the EA prohibited or restricted illumination.
Correct.
And it does not state that any consideration of continuous illumination in the future was impossible because of the EA prohibitions or restrictions. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is that consistent with what your understanding was in 2013 of the illumination limitations?
It is, yeah. And then this was further through the actual detailed review of the EA in alignment with that as well.
Okay. And I think it would also be useful to look at the specific footnote, footnote 4, so restricting illumination to intersections on the on and off ramp, and that footnotes to the LoRa report, which is at HAM 2638. And if we could please go to image 80. and call out the first row. Apologies, I think my image 80 appears to be different from your image 80.
This is page 74.
The pages are different from the
Yeah.
image. It's page 79 of the report. And if we could pull out the first row, if you could, please. So this report is a public consultation report, which includes a few comments regarding continuous illumination on the Red Hill. And you'll see this comment and on the left-hand side column says serious potential impacts are not addressed in either report. So that's the issue that's raised by the stakeholders. And then on the right-hand side is the response. And you'll see here it states that Michael Measure of the Toronto-based Fatal Light Awareness Program was contacted regarding the possible effects of expressway lighting on wildlife behavior. He stated that artificial lighting can affect the breeding habits of birds. However, these effects are difficult to quantify and studies are limited. Mitigation measures should aim to limit usage of light standards to intersections and on and off ramps. And if we go to image 87, although it's page 132 of the report. I'm sorry, 136. And the third row from the, oh, you're on 130, 136, please. The third row from the top. Thank you very much. So another comment here from stakeholders, and table 1 suggests that the proponent intends to install lighting along the proposed expressway, including along the viaduct. However, the impact of this lighting on nocturnal wildlife is not considered in the report. And then the response is lighting will only be located at the ramps and at the interchange intersection. And there are a few more references in here, but just for in the interest of time, I'm not going to take you through it. But are the comments that I have taken you through consistent with what we saw in the SEMA report, and in your view that continuous illumination was a design refinement that was made as a result of environmental benefits or construction costs?
Correct.
Do you recall whether, I believe your evidence was that Mr. Moore would have provided you with a copy of this report?
He did, yes.
Do you recall when he would have provided you with a copy?
I believe it was towards the point in time when I was drafting the information report to Public Works Committee, not in 2013.
So the 2013 SEMA report does reference the LoRa report. Are you aware of whether it's available online or publicly?
I've never searched for it. I don't know how those documents are available.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Registrar. If we could go to CIM 17450. .0001. And if we could show image 1 and image 3, thank you. So this is the report I believe that you were just referencing, during which you would have received the LoRa report.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd like to look at the information that's provided in this report with respect to the illumination limitations. And so if we could look at the last paragraph on the first page. Here it states that the original environmental assessments completed for the link and the Red Hill included a review of lighting. Then it states it was identified through the Red Hill Creek Valley that lighting would have a detrimental environmental impact and lighting restrictions were imposed. In your view, is that consistent with what we just saw in the 2013 SEMA report about the limitations of around illumination and the LoRa report?
It is.
And it goes on to state that the decisions regarding adding lighting on the link and or the Red Hill would require renewing and updating the original EAs so that the impact of lighting could be re-examined. And we know that in the 2019 SEMA illumination report that you weren't taken to, it confirms that that environmental assessment would be, that environmental assessment did not preclude continuous lighting on the Red Hill. So the original environmental assessment did not preclude continuous lighting, and you were taken to that.
Correct.
Nonetheless, in the report, SEMA concluded that a new EA would be required before the city could consider continuous illumination.
That's correct.
And so regardless of what was included in the environmental assessment, whether there was a prohibition or not, a new EA would have been required in order for the city to pursue continuous illumination of the main line of the Red Hill.
That's correct. I believe that it's due to a cost threshold of installing lighting that exceeds, I believe it's $2.5 million, and a Schedule B EA would need to be undertaken before that happened.
Right, and you're referencing the estimated capital costs in the 2019 illumination report, which are expected to exceed $2.4 million.
Correct.
And if we could please, Mr. Registrar, pull up the first 2 paragraphs, actually the first 3 paragraphs on the 3rd page. Here you describe some of the physical limitations other than any limitations through the EA process or the environment generally with respect to installing continuous lighting. Can you describe for us what those physical limitations are?
Yeah, adding on to what I discussed earlier, there's a Hydro 1 high power transmission line that cuts across some parts of ramps in the Red Hill, which makes it challenging to install lights under that corridor. There's the bridge that does not have any accommodations as it stands today for lighting conduits, which are required obviously for power, and mounting light poles to the bridge. There is also, I'm just reminded now that the Niagara Escarpment Commission, whenever lighting is being considered, will at times ask for lighting impact studies to be conducted. But there's a bunch of physical restrictions or physical challenges on the Red Hill and the link for that matter too, that makes it difficult to place light poles in ideal locations that are required to meet the lighting levels that have to be met. So for instance, not being able to have consistent spacing of light poles because of that high power transmission line could create a situation where a piece of a ramp or a piece of the main line was not able to be lit appropriately. That doesn't mean that it couldn't be lit to lighting standards, but it's definitely a design challenge and possibly an installation challenge that would have to be dealt with through a detailed design analysis.
And specifically the Hydro One distribution overhead that you reference here at the Mudstone Church interchange. I can take you to the report, but I wonder if you recall offhand whether that is ramp 6 that's identified in the SEMA report.
It is. It partially cuts over top of ramp 6. So impacts or would impact the ability to install lighting for ramp 6. And then it continues down to the north and then cuts over diagonally of the Red Hill to the north of the interchange of the main line.
And how do these physical limitations or challenges affect the benefit cost analysis?
Well, depending on how we would deal with that, it could create additional expenses. It's obviously more expensive than traditional, just routinely spaced. If there were no obstructions or any impacts like that, where you could have regular spacing from pole to pole. In those instances, it would introduce some complications, and complications from an engineering perspective always means cost. So definitely, and then within the benefit to cost analysis, any additional cost, like I mentioned, that benefit to cost ratio is sensitive to cost. So you would want to make sure you're taking into account all of those things so that the benefit cost output is accurate.
Thank you. Mr. Registrar, could we please go to CAN 64283? You were asked, Mr. Field, about the impact of the LAMP project on engaging SEMA for the illumination review. And you indicated that there was this large project to replace the city's lights with LED lights, and that project was accelerated at one point in order to capitalize on some savings for the city. I'm showing you a report from November 13, 2017, that was prepared by yourself and Mr. McGuire, which I believe talks about or speaks to the acceleration that you were describing earlier. I wonder if you could confirm that and tell us a little bit about the benefit to the city through the acceleration proposal.
Correct. This is the report that we used to seek permission to, it's a recommendation report. So we had to ask council to do certain things in order to enable acceleration of the project. Acceleration meaning to shorten the completion timelines of the project. And this report kind of outlines the benefits and makes that request to council. As it relates to this, LED streetlights do save a considerable amount of energy. So the more that you can retrofit faster, the more energy that you can save. And this is pointing out that accelerating the project under this proposal would save the city approximately $500,000.
Thank you. And while you were working on the LAMP project, did any of your superiors at the city follow up with you about the status of the illumination project on the Red Hill?
Not that I recall. I wasn't directed or asked to undertake that study during LAMP.
And did anyone suggest to you that the LAMP project should not be prioritized over the illumination project?
No.
Thank you. I believe you stated that the illumination review was one of the OBL items after the 2016, after you received the direction from committee following your 2016 staff report. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is there a process in place to review pending OBL items?
There is. OBL items are recorded by clerks formally, and within Public Works, those OBL items or the OBL list is reviewed on a relatively regular basis to keep an eye on those OBL items at the director, general manager, and director level. And then also an OBL item that requires a report. There's also within the divisions, I'll call them sub lists, where the reports that are due to respond to OBL items or not OBL items are also maintained at the divisional level. And in for some perspective in transportation operations and maintenance, I meet with my staff, my senior staff monthly, and I review the report listing, and I review the outstanding business list regularly with the general manager at the director leadership team meetings.
And would that have included the pending item regarding the illumination review?
I was not in that position at that point in time, but just based on my experience as a director and a manager, I would not. I would think that it would follow that exact same process, and wouldn't think that it wouldn't.
And I believe this was your evidence, but please correct me if I'm wrong. Did you state that in order to move the OBL item out with respect to the illumination project that the PwC would have had to vote on that, or that would have been presented to them and they would have directed that the OBL return date be moved?
That's correct. Any changes to the report back date of OBL items has to be approved by Public Works Committee and then ratified by Council.
Thank you. Mr. Commissioner, I think those are my questions. Thanks for your time, Mr. Field.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I have a very brief follow-up question.
Ms. Hendry?
Thank you. Mr. Field, Ms. Contractor, you're just speaking with Ms. Contractor about the OBL review process. And as I understand it, your practice currently as director is to review that list on a monthly basis with your staff members, is that right?
With my report listing for my division, yes.
And the staff members that are involved in that, those are the staff members who are responsible for the various OBL items?
The report items, correct. My senior leadership team within my division.
And as I understood your evidence, you said that you expect that a similar process would have been followed with respect to the OBL as it pertained to the lighting item and the lamp project.
The OBL list, certainly, yes. I'm not too sure the reference to the lamp project, but the OBL list would be, and I would be shocked if it was not reviewed at the GM level before I joined the director leadership team. So
is your evidence that the OBL would have been reviewed at the director and general manager level?
Correct.
And not at the staff level?
OBL list reviews would possibly come down to lower level staff to just provide comment, but not at the senior project manager or project manager level.
Okay, so in the context of the OBL item related to the lighting, the consultant report, did that come down to your level?
I think there is some indication that there was the one email from Diana Cameron looking to schedule the OBL report back date, and that was probably, I could make the assumption that that was an output of perhaps a DLT meeting and asking questions about the scheduling of it.
Thank you. I believe those are my questions, Commissioner. I do note that last document that was pulled up, HAM 64283, that I believe should be marked as an exhibit as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think we're at...
What number is that, Mr. Registrar?
HAM 64283, and it's Exhibit 75.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
And one other exhibit, cleanup matter. There was I called up today the video of the November 18th, 2013 Public Works Committee and that recording.
Mhm.
And that was marked as an exhibit. But I don't believe that the transcript, which I didn't take Mr. Field to, but that has been called up for witnesses previously, I don't believe that that transcript has been marked as an exhibit yet. I'm wondering if Mr. Registrar could confirm that.
Sorry, Council, which transcript?
The doc ID is RHV 986.
Well, while the registrar is looking at that, Mr. Field, I don't think you need to be engaged in this part of the discussion. So thank you very much for attending, and you're excused.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So back to the registrar.
No, sorry, Council, it hasn't been marked as an exhibit yet.
Okay, so if we could make that document RHV 986, which is the November 18th, 2013 Public Works Committee meeting transcript, if we could mark that as Exhibit 76.
Noted, Exhibit 76.
What's the date of that meeting?
That's the November 18th, 2013.
I can put it on screen if that's helpful.
No, that's fine. Okay, if there's nothing further that we have to address this afternoon, then we'll stand adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you.